Right. Welcome in, everybody. The start of a new week is upon us. And you know what that means? It means Starfield. But not for much longer. Because today, we are going to finish it. If we don't, I think I'm going to uninstall the game and never play it again.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
So we're doing it today. Forks, thank you very much for the resub, man. The primer, 49 months right there. That is a hefty streak, if ever I've seen one. Streak? Well, it is a streak, I suppose, as well. 49 months in a row. Or maybe not in a row. I don't know. Whichever one. 49 months. That's what I do know. That's a lot of months right there, Forks. That's pretty wild. Thank you very much, man, for the 49 months on Prime. I really appreciate it. Very grateful for the opportunity to use your Prime, man. Thank you very much, dude. And Oreo with the 295 stream streak. That is incredible, isn't it? The question is, though, do you know, Oreo, is it actually 295 exactly today, or is it already above 295? Because wouldn't it be really cool, and it'd be like absolutely kind of perfect, if the 300 stream streak was on Thursday on my birthday stream? That'd be really cool, wouldn't it? Can you imagine if it lined up that perfectly? There's no way it will, but if it did, it'd be kind of incredible. So thank you so much for the stream streak as well. I appreciate it. You guys spoiling me already, and we've barely even started. We're 8 minutes in. You've already spoiled me. Great, isn't it? Don't know if in Latvia. What? I'm very confused. Welcome in, Nitty. I'm glad that I now know that you're unfamiliar with Latvia. There you go. I'm glad I now know this information about you. Today is 295. Aww, that's a shame. It's not quite going to line up. Oh well, that's fine. That would have been really cool, though, wouldn't it, if it lined up for the day. But hey, it is what it is. Starfield today, though, and we are going to get it done. Now, I know what you're thinking. 35 levels you have to do in one stream. How are you going to do that, then? Last week, we barely managed to do 14. I have a cunning plan. It does require a bit of setup, but we are going to get it done today, I think. We're going to grind as hard as we can. I'm going to get the game up in just a minute, and we're going to go hard today. We're going to go hard. We're going to try as best as we can to grind the XP as quickly as possible. I do think I can achieve that. And I can get 35 in 4 or 5 hours. I think it's possible. So, we're going to try. We're going to try. We're either going to make a glorious record today of levels in Starfield on stream, or we're going to fail miserably. One of the two. And if we do finish today, of course, that will perfectly set up next week for our brand new 100% achievements playthrough, which will be The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. So we will be going into Oblivion next week, pretty much regardless, but we're going to be basically finishing this today. So I'm going to open the game now. Just be aware, last few times, sometimes I open it, it goes a bit funky. So if the stream lags in the next little minute, or my voice stops or something like that, the stream is probably just lagging for a second while Starfield opens, because it seems to randomly do it every now and again. So bear with it, it'll come back afterwards, alright? But it shouldn't be any major problem. But yeah, give it a sec, and then hopefully we'll be good to go, I think. But welcome in Nitty as well. Of course, Forks, Oreo, and Duke as well. Were you guys in here already? There's the lag. I think. I got an encoder warning. Although I think we're okay. I think we've actually got through relatively unscathed. We have as well. Nice. Yeah, welcome in, I say, Duke, Oreo, Nitty, and Forks. Welcome in, you guys. And Stream Elements, I suppose, but the bots, I mean. You know, we can be mean to Stream Elements. The bot, that is. The people from Stream Elements are great, though. I remember a few weeks ago when one of them came in during War Thunder and I was having a chat. And they gifted me my subs. Good people there. Good people. Also glad to know that I may have appeared in some form of Stream Elements meeting at some point, because they clipped me. They asked if they could do it, but they I'd said some complimentary things about the Stream Elements support, and they said, can I clip it and use it for a team meeting? So there you go. I'm going to be a motivational speech for some Stream Elements crew members working on the support team. So there you go. How am I? Do you want the today or the general answer? Instead of the streamer answer or the normal answer? Or both. I mean, you can have both if you want. Living decks on Violet's a lot easier than Gen 3. It is. There are some that become more annoying. One that you'll probably run into, I can already tell you, is Palafin. That'll be a problem. Palafin can only be evolved from Finizen if you are in multiplayer and have another person in the world with you. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. So other than the weird evolution methods, yeah, it's fairly easy. I don't know what a full living dex would be like in that game, or as close as you can get, because of course in the DLCs you can also get a lot of the other mons from previous generations. So, oh, we have just heard of this. Yeah, Palafin is a really cool like superhero dolphin. You can only evolve Finizen into Palafin above, I think, level 24 or something, and you have to level it up while in a party with someone else in multiplayer. I personally disagree with it as an evolution method, because I think that anything that requires you to play with someone else or another device is a bit frustrating. But yeah, it was probably put in there to promote the feature of shared worlds that they added to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. However, there is one way around it, which I do happen to know. Because as you may notice, there's Terror Raids all around the map. And I do know, because I did this myself, you can, in fact, get Palafin to sometimes appear as a 4-star Terror Raid. So, it's not impossible to do, but you can find him as a Terror Raid, a 4-star Terror Raid sometimes, but it is RNG at the end of the day. So if you ever see one that's 4-star and it looks like a dolphin, click on it, because it's probably Palafin. The other thing to note is Palafin basically looks exactly the same as what's it called? Finizen. They look almost identical, minus one little bit on Palafin's chest. But the reason Palafin looks so different normally is because of its ability that changes it into hero form, which makes it superhero mode. So they're quite hard to tell apart. So just if you see a 4-star raid with a dolphin on it, just click on it. It's probably Palafin. Yeah. Go today. Today is okay, I guess. I mean, it's fairly uneventful. Looking forward to Thursday, obviously. I think that should be a nice day on the birthday stream. I've got everything together, I think, now for a full plan for the day. I was trying to decide what order I want to do things in. Do I want to do something like at the start of stream as like a bit of a kind of surprise, or do I want to wait? But then I thought, well, if I wait, I know certain people, Nitty, for example, who, because of time zone wise, isn't able to be here for the whole stream, would miss out. So I thought, you know what? I guess we'll do the something near the start of stream, and then we'll kind of go into phase 2 in the second part of stream. So there you go. See, I'm thinking of you guys. 100% no different than... Oh, yeah, Spiritomb. Yeah, dude, Spiritomb's such a dumb encounter method as well. I hate Spiritomb's encounter method. I still have the lab up. Gen 4 Spiritomb is such a ball ache to go and get. I think it's horrible, man. It's no better in the remakes either. It would be fine if it gave you a list somewhere of all the people you'd met, but because they spawn randomly, you can get multiple people spawning in the same, like, bit. Like, you can see the same person multiple times, so it just becomes a real pain in the ass. I hate it. I really do. Have a feature, but how do we get people to use it? I know. Honestly, though, that's how it works. They just sort of shoehorn it in. They're like, well, let's force it in. People can use it then, right? People will really want to use the feature that we just force on them to evolve a particular Pokemon. Which, if it was something insignificant, people might go, oh, it's fine. Palafin is an absolute monster. Palafin hero form with Jet Punch and Flip Turn is ridiculously strong. Like that guy, I remember we used him in our monotype water. Palafin hero form water is very, very strong. Oh yeah, we weren't here last time. I know what you're thinking. We aren't in the same place we were. I posted in Discord about this. So I'll explain quickly what we did last time, because none of you guys saw this because it was off stream. You may see we're level 65. We were level 63 when we left off. I'll explain. We needed one perk. Technically we needed two, but what we needed was this, Outpost Engineering. Now to get Outpost Engineering, because it's in tier 3, we hadn't put enough points into science, so I had to just grab a random perk. In this case, I grabbed research methods, so that we had enough points to be able to grab a tier 3 perk. That then allowed us to get Outpost Engineering, which allows us to construct modules at our base, which are, you know, certain slightly higher tier ones. So we had to get to 65 for that. Also, the only other thing I did was I went, oh, it's not in here, but I went is in the ship's cargo hold, and I collected quite a lot of resources, a very specific amount, in fact, for a certain task. Let me grab the sheet, the cheat sheet. That amount is as follows: 18 adaptive frames, 124 aluminium, 24 beryllium, 30 copper, 2 fiber, 99 iron, and 24 tungsten. Very specific amounts of things for a certain reason. Now what we need to do is head to the, is it Nanarian system? I believe it is. And then we go to Sumati, which I think is the moon on Sumati, which is this one here, I believe. Andraphon. And we have to have a quick look on the map when we get here to find a very specific spot. Okay. Said spot that we are looking for on the map is a place where iron and aluminium veins kind of meet on the map, or in very close proximity. We need to find a place kind of near the mountainous region. It should be, from what I remember, I don't know if it's like procedurally generated, so everyone's is different. But from the guide that I saw, it was near the pole, the like north pole of the map. But essentially, that's what we want to be looking for. Is we want to be finding an area where they kind of meet, or as close as they kind of can be. So in this case, aluminium is dark green, and iron is like the rusty red color. This could work, maybe. Actually, it might be a little too far away. Let's make sure we have a real good look. We want to get something like as close. It doesn't have to be necessarily right on top of each other, but it needs to be like pretty close. So I mean, some of these probably would work that we found here, honestly. Like, I think this might be the best option here, really, in the mountain. So let's go for this. You'll see my plan. We've technically done this on stream before, accidentally. But we will, of course, be doing this intentionally now. So our resources that are in the ship, that's fine as well. They'll stay here and we can go and do our business that we need to do. But what we really need to do, essentially, is go onto the outpost scanning bit here and find iron, which we found here, and then go find where the aluminium blocks are. So if we run away from here, because we don't need to necessarily be near the ship, it's fine. We need to get to the point where it allows us to place an outpost, and then we can see in the top left what resources can be earned from that area of the map. Although it says we have 0 out of 8, 0 outposts available to deploy. So actually, now I think about this, what I might have to do is, I didn't think about that. I may have to fly back to one of our other planets and destroy one of our outposts, because we may only be able to have a maximum amount overall. Which I didn't realize, but that's fine if it's the case. So I'll just have to go and destroy one of our old outposts, which is fine. We don't need them. So I'll have to quickly fly to Jemison. But we now have the landing point, which is good. But we need to find the point here, as I say, where iron and aluminium meet. I'm trying to speak too quickly. And then we will be able to do that a lot easier using the outpost placement system, because it tells you which, within the vicinity of the outpost, what resources can be mined. Okay. Once we've done that, we need to build 6 iron extractors. Iron extractors? Is it iron extractors? Yeah. 6 iron extractors, 6 aluminium extractors. Oh, fucking hell, we're being attacked. Ignore. Run away before they get us. That's not how you say aluminium. What, aluminum? Of course, that's what you want me to say, isn't it? Aluminum. Aluminum. Not aluminum, though, is it? We all know that. It's aluminium. Go to outpost 3. Why not? There you go. It's aluminium, though. That's the problem. It's not aluminum. Aluminium. But TLDR, we build 6 extractors of each type. We power all 6 extractors, which requires 10 solar arrays. Reason we want them to be close by is so we don't have to build multiple sets of power sources. We can just build 10 and attach everything to it. From there, then we add the extractors. We link the extractors to the storage boxes that we build. There's the outpost menu. Delete. Can I fully just, like, delete an outpost? I can, actually. I need to find the thing there, don't I? The little pillar thing. Rotate toggle view. How do I get rid of it completely? Can I actually completely get rid of it? This is essentially what we want as well here later on. We can use this build mode to do it, but... Can we not get rid of it? In which case, why does it say we have 0 out of 0 outposts placeable? That's odd, isn't it? Yeah, build mode. Well, this is not quite what I expected. It's a little more annoying than I thought it was going to be. Because for some reason, we can't seem to just straight up delete an outpost. Which I thought you could, because I'm sure we've done it before. But there you go. Can I be the etymology nerd for a second? You can, yeah, permission to actually, Nitty, if you'd like. There you go. Apparently we're within outpost 4 now. There's no extra I in there. There is. Because it's aluminium, that's why. Not aluminum. It's also telling me there's one... Oh, yeah, there's one over here. Is it maybe because they're linked outposts? Is that why I can't get rid of them? Maybe I'll try delinking them and then see if it lets me dismantle it from there. I find it weird that you can't delete them, though, if that's the case. Because then I don't know what we'll do or how we get around that. Remove link. Alright. Outpost. We can only move it. Everything else we have a delete option, but for the actual outpost we don't. I am quite confused. Did I use a master ball on? You can either save it for the Swords of Ruin or whatever they're called in the post game, or save it for the box legendary. You get 2 of them. You can catch one, or you keep one yourself, and you can catch another one and then switch it with another game. How to delete outpost beacons. Here we go. Approach the outpost. When you see the dialog box, hold R or X on Xbox. Confirm that you want to delete the outpost by pressing E or C on PC. Do I have to do it maybe from out of the menu? I have to go just talk to the outpost. Hang on, I can't see the thing at the minute, but... Remove outpost, there you go. Now do we have one in our pocket? Yep. We should only need one as well, so I think we're good now. Right. Now we should be able to go where we want. And actually continue on. Back to Andrathon again, and then specifically to the landing point. There we go. Stream refreshed as you said that. You can use it on either a box legendary, because you get 2 of them technically, or you can use it on one of the Qianpao, Chiyu, Woqian, or what's the other one? Tinglu. One of them if you want. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, it depends. Just use it on whatever you want to use it on. There's not really anything that hard to get, really. Treasures of Ruin, that's the one. I always forget what they're called. I think I always get them confused with the Swords of Justice, which is the Gen 5 ones, isn't it? Because you have Keldeo, Kabalion, Terrakion, and Parisian. Verizon Wireless, the internet company. Just iron. It did say the aluminium was probably close to the mountain, so it may just be that we're not close enough yet. That's fine, though. Should have brought the vehicle with us, really, but it is what it is. Just iron, really? I can get a surface map out, can't I? Let's do the star map. Actually, that'll give us a better idea, I think. We need to go, like... Oh, not put a marker on it. That's annoying. Go back to specifically the landing area, and then we'll go from there, because it's hard to get the bearings with the planet. I assume we want to go to the right then, eh? Towards those mountains. Maybe. Surface map ain't much help here, is it? I guess we'll get in the car and then we'll just drive around. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's near the ship. We just need to find somewhere where we can get both of them at the same time, pretty much. Or at least in relatively close proximity. Of course, we can sit on the ground as well, which is helpful. Try going towards this mountain. I think this could be a good shout. Bloody hell. The gravity here is not helping much, is it? Oh. So we don't just need, like, aluminium. We need, like, one of the big ore veins in the ground. That's what we're going for. Like this on the ground here, where you can see there's iron, like plenty of iron here. That's what we're looking for, but we're looking for aluminium instead. If we can ever get across these bloody things anyway. What's the last achievement we have to get? Reach level 100. That's the last one we need, folks. Last week when we did it, we got 14 levels in 5 hours by doing space combat, is how we did it. And I decided that that was way too long. So we weren't going to do that. And I was going to find a way to increase the leveling speed. Hence the method I have now found, which involves using outposts. Who knew finding the aluminium was going to be the hard part here? There's so much iron everywhere, but there's nothing of anything else. Not very helpful, is it? Doesn't really help that it doesn't actually show our marker on the map all that much. If I just travel straight here, right, I wonder if that'll help. If we can just fast travel right on the point. Yeah, level 100 is the hardest one for us to get. Right now. So it's this mountain then is where the stuff is. I wonder if the aluminium's like on top of the mountain. Or aluminum, of course, as some of you call it. This is not optimal though. I know this method's going to be fast, but obviously this is taking a while for us to actually get set up here. Not optimal. Yeah. We could see on the big map that there was... I think what would be easier, because of how much iron there is to find the aluminium and then go from there. I was hoping there'd be a little kind of closer than this, like at the foot of the mountains or something, but... Because we do need it to be relatively close. Like within the radius of a outpost. Available resources, none. Interesting. Iron. And this is kind of where we went on the map, right? Unless maybe there's just a better spot than that we went to. Is there anywhere else that looks better here? None of it's really super close, annoyingly. Maybe we'll try this side. Just land directly here and then see what happens. Aluminium. Right, so we know we're on an area where it spawns. That's good. Now all we've got to do is find an area where iron also spawns. Why are all the evolutions so annoying? Because they're overrated and they suck. That's why. I think that's good though, because I think the beryllium was like around the aluminium and between it and the iron. So that might mean we're going in the right direction. Video game escape is replicating the tedium of reality. Ouch. Yeah, it is a bit. Come on. There's a random ship over there. That's kind of nice, isn't it? I really didn't think it was going to be this annoying to find just the bloody resources, but here we go. Beryllium has run out over there. And what a pain this is. Worst part is we can't use the placement thing while we're in like the vehicle. So I can't just like drive around and do it and make it quicker like that. It won't work. I put a marker down like that to see? No. Oh, is this just going to send me to the thingy map? I don't know if this is going to show me the exact spot I want to go to, that's the thing. I really wish we could just see the resources on here. That would be good, but... Where you say aluminium sometimes makes me think you're convincing yourself it's pronounced that way. Well, that's because it is. I'm not sure if people know this, but in England it is written and spelt a different way. And therefore pronounced a different way as well. Well, this was that point, so I mean, presumably there's iron this way. This is so annoying. We find one and then can't find the other. Helium. Ah. Oh. We're spending way too long with this, and we haven't even set up yet. This is really bad. Europium now we found. Oh my god. But no iron. We found everything apart from iron. Come on, game. The game's trolling us right now, I swear. Oh nice, the Starborn here as well. Yeah, this game is trolling. Okay, this shows us where we are. I don't think this is close enough either. Now I see it. I don't know. I mean, the outposts are fairly big, but still. That is quite a gap. Doesn't really feel to me like there is a spot on the planet that looks close enough. Which is odd, really. Because I think there should be. I'm trying to figure out if they're all random or if the planet's like surface like this is always the same. The thing with this is I can't just travel exactly to that point, right? The reason being that if I do, what'll end up happening is it will kind of move the marker there. It'll just fast travel me there and then take me to the lowest, like the flat ground. Because of course you got to land the ship, right? So it'll take me to just flat ground if I try and do that. Europium. Oh, Jesus, man. This is actually torture at the minute trying to get this shit done. All I need is an outpost point, and then we can actually start. Why does this have to be so fucking tedious in this game, man? I take back everything I've said about Starfield. The last two streams have actually made me dislike this game. Where I went from, like, benefit of the doubt not being that big of a deal, like a lot of its problems, to the point where I actually dislike playing it at this point, I think. Because it's just, there's certain things that are annoying about this game are so annoying, it's unreal. And like before, it didn't really bother me all that much, but now I need to use certain features like this shitty system for the fucking outposts, where when you're on the surface of a planet, you cannot even see the resource scanners, like stuff on the ground. It's just dumb, man. I just want to get this fucking game over with, to be honest. I really do. With one achievement left, I just want to get Starfield finished. You know? I just want to get this done. Maybe by that little hill over there we'll get lucky and there'll be an iron vein. I mean, that seems, well, at least on the map I know it's supposed to be kind of mountainous regions where it happens, so let's hope. All of the aluminium pretty much had helium surrounding it, though, I think. So, part of me thinks that there isn't going to be anything here. Because there was never really a bit where it was aluminium and then straight into the iron, right? It was all aluminium, then helium. This is why it's a problem. Alright, I'm pausing this a minute. I'm looking that video up that I used, and I'm going to see if I can, if the map is, like, fully locked or not. I can't see chat, I've just got it full screened. All I'm doing is just literally opening the thing so I can see if I can find that the map is the same. Which I don't know if it is or not, but it's going to be quite hard to do, but I'm still going to try and figure it out. Alright, where do they have the map on the thing? They're more in, like, this kind of area where it's a bit, like, kind of like this. There's a gap of the white in between it. Not a huge one, though. Maybe that could work. Quite a large space, though, isn't it? I think this is the spot, actually. This is the spot. And of course, we're fucking in the air, so we can't fast travel, right? We're 1 foot off the ground. That's the spot. We just need to find it again on the map now. Which we know it was out over in the white bit, and there's like a little tail. There it is. It's like here, roughly. This is about where we want to go. Okay, so that's useful to know that the map isn't actually completely random. Maybe a silly question, but does it have to be one outpost doing both? Can they not have each other? Yes, it needs to be one bowl. Welcome in, by the way, dude. Hope you're doing good. I think we just need to head to the actual mountain now. Tell you what, we'll take the car. Stream Elements, are you okay? Randomly dropping the message now that Forks resub. What? Stream Elements has lost it, I think. Actually lost the plot. Alright, let's hop out of here now and have a look. Still only iron. Oh, that's wild. It should be near the foot of the mountains. So, like, it shouldn't be that hard for us to find this. It should be somewhere nearby. Right, in a bit, how's yourself? Hey, you know how it is. I'm hanging in there. Doing, okay. Yeah, no, I feel that on the temperature, though. Pretty warm, isn't it? The planet map versus the surface map thing in this game I find particularly annoying. Because it doesn't really give you a good indicator of where you actually like are in relation to things. I find it very annoying. Yeah, we specifically need both of these in the same spot because we need to dump all the resources into the same position. They need to go into the same storage, basically. Let's have a look at this again. I already closed this, but let's have a look. Maybe I can find out more specifically if the like where the spot is where I need to place the stuff. The game will be paused while I do this. Just they're on like the red ground, which I think might be different to what we've got here. Is there a... Okay, well the ground is kind of inherently different. Doesn't help us much now, does it? Why is this such a fucking pain, Starfield? Why? Just why? Do they make systems like this that are just kind of... What's the word? Shit, I think that's the word. I don't understand why, like, this needs to be a thing. Why can't we just make it so that you can see all of the resources on the surface map? Wouldn't that be a novel idea? Like, great, we can find iron, but we can't find the other, can we? Again. We can try going further this way. Because the problem is we don't know, we can't see where we are on the map, right? On the surface map. We can see where the ship is. But it's kind of hard to figure out your bearings on the planet's surface. There we go. Actually, open the correct menu. That would be nice as well. Yeah, this is all we get to see. We just get to see the thing that tells us there's resources around. There's also these 3 points here, which on their on the guide of the one I saw, they had one 900 meters away. But the problem is like, we're in the middle of 3, which is fine. But they're also on that kind of like red ground. Versus ours kind of isn't like that, is it? I mean, the ship's parked almost exactly where we want to be. Fast travel specifically to the ship, and then we'll kind of like... Because we don't know what direction necessarily we need to go in. That's the problem, isn't it? Right? Because, like, we don't have a compass or anything, I don't think. So we can't tell this is north, and then we need to go west. As far as I'm aware, anyway. We can try going this way, because we didn't go there last time. We went, like, that direction. And then assuming the ship points north when you land it, it would be this way, but I don't know. I just find this really frustrating, though. Like, just make it so that I can see all the resources in the ground from here. There's no resources here. Actually, that gives us a... That might give us a tool, because that might mean this is the band between them. Potentially. So we may be on the area between the resources. Iron. More iron. Can we use anything from that on the actual map? But there's a gap, and then there's more iron. So presumably we've come across here, right? Maybe? I don't know. Let's fast travel to there and see what it does. In comparison to where we were, it's moved us from like over there to here, right? So we went that way before, and it didn't look like there was anything. It was just iron. So I'm guessing then that the iron kind of like runs around this area here, maybe. Then I guess we try going that way. That we're on the iron mass. I mean, that's the other like thing, right? Are we on top of the iron, considering how much is already around? That being said, we haven't seen a single vein in the ground, but still. This is really silly, though. And the problem is, we're losing so much fucking time. We've lost an hour already, and we haven't even put an outpost down. Just because of how stupid this is. This is not fun. What I don't like about, like, base building and shit in games is stuff like this. We literally just had a compass. Actually, we might. Now I think about it. Presumably, now I'm looking at that. That must be north, right? The fat dot. We don't exactly know our bearings on the planet, though, do we? But presumably north pointing up that way. So we were potentially going the right way. If that's north, We were potentially going the right way when we first started running, which was this direction, I think. Again, assuming that's north, and that the map is pointed in the correct orientation. I don't know what's happened to the frame rate either, but the frame rate's not exactly going very well either right now. It's all not going so well for us, is it? Area is restricted. That's good. I guess it's because the mine is here, but... I want to be able to get on with this stupid method. It's boring enough as it is, let alone having to look for the fucking point as well. We're just going to be here crafting. Like, I just want to get this done. Come on, Starfield. Please, give me some mercy for once. You enjoying this bowl? You having a fun time watching us walk around the planet's surface aimlessly? I suppose the question is, though, is this more enjoyable than last week's flying around attempting to kill stuff? At this point, I'm just kind of confused because everywhere I've gone, there's iron everywhere. Like, available resources. So, I do not know at this point kind of what's what. Again, assuming that's north, this direction there should have been aluminium and beryllium. And there ain't none. And we're just kind of aimlessly running around. There's an aluminium rock. Maybe that's a good sign. There's no ore veins. Again, the person, the guide that I watched, their like actual planet surface is different, so. Whereas the resources might be put in the same kind of way, the like skin on the world is completely different. Because theirs is all of that like reddy, brick colored like ground. Ours obviously not so much. Come on. This is like trying to find that guy in the town again. You remember that? Harrowing experience that it was. I think of nothing better to do right now. Yeah. We've actually... I'm getting the notification about the first BRB, so we've actually spent a full hour just trying to find aluminium on the surface of the planet. And been unsuccessful. Or at least find iron and aluminium together in the spot where they should be together. As I say, Starfield, until the last two streams, I'd actually quite enjoyed as a game, but at this point, it's just starting to get fucking annoying because there's a number of parts of this game that are severely just lacking, and this is one of them. Someone ban the bot, please. Mods. If anyone's available. No streamboo.com in here, thanks very much. We're by the mountains. You'd think it would be around here, and we got full survey, like surveying done. So bad. I just want to get the resources, please. Why do we make this stuff so stupid? I'll ban the bot myself. There we go. Get rid of the bot. Thing is, we haven't even found the helium yet, which is what we need to find, right? Like, when we find a helium, we'll probably be, like, decent. Because we know that the helium surrounds the aluminium. So we still need to find that first, which we haven't found a single bit of yet, right? We just have the iron here. Once we hit the helium, we know we're kind of in the right place. Maybe what I'll do instead is let's just fast travel there and see if it'll actually land us on the aluminium. And then it'll probably be easier, although I said this before, figure out where the iron is from where the aluminium is. Oh, hang on. Did it actually put us in the spot this time? See, like, the thing is with this looks completely different to where we just landed, right? Like, we're in a different spot now, are we not? Like, either this is really, really far away, or... I don't know, dude. This is weird, though. This is just beryllium and europium. Which is that direction. Which we can probably use as a... maybe as an idea to figure it out. That way there's no aluminium. So we're on the aluminium here, but not over that direction. I'll go to the break in a second. So if you use that info to think that there's beryllium in that here, and aluminium in that, but there's none this way, this must be the way towards the iron then. I guess. I don't know. Figure this out a bit. This is really stupid though. I'll be back in a minute. Right. Let's attempt to carry on, but I mean, this is probably going to take a bit. The thing I'm intrigued by here, though, right, is where's the beryllium coming? Europium coming? Because I guess it's kind of the same, like, bit instead. People's favorite star Pokeball? I honestly, I don't have a preference. They're all just Pokeballs. I don't have a favorite. Fun fact, not that many people in this community are actually Pokemon fans. Many of the Pokemon fans who were in the community left a long time ago. And that was because I stopped playing Pokemon. And that's all they were here for, so... There's not that many left anymore. I doubt many people will have much of an opinion on a question like that. They like Nitty and Forks, probably, and then that's about it. Bollocks. This is Bevan. This is bollocks, mate. It really is. How's it going, dude? Just want to get... We haven't even found a resource vein. And it's been an hour and 10 minutes. It's actually disgraceful. I think this is the way we want to go, but I'm not sure. Hi, Bevan. Welcome in, man. Good to see you. Europium. Oh, this is so dumb. Where is the fucking iron, man? We can find aluminium or we can find iron, but we can't find both of them together like we need. And of course, in like every single one that has ever existed, any form of guide like this on YouTube goes, hey, just go and find it. And then you go to look for it yourself and it doesn't exist. Or my other favorite of any form of YouTube guide where someone goes, just go to this location and then doesn't show you the fucking map. That's the other fun one. This is the edge of the aluminium, but I don't know what, like... So you would assume if this is the edge of the aluminium that the iron should be through here, right? But then if we put the thing down here, our outposts are going to be too far away and we won't be able to find it. Like, they're not going to be connected. Sounds like you're not doing so hard. Did we spend an hour and 10 minutes trying to find a fucking iron and aluminium resource vein next to each other that shouldn't be hard? But it is just ridiculous. There aren't any. I looked up a video about this, watched the same guide, went to the same place on the map, and there ain't none. Like, I'm trying to figure this out just based on, like, where things are. Of, like, landmarks and stuff, if there are any. But it's just impossible to figure out. I mean, the person is 900 meters away from one of these, like, things here. from one of the... On their version of the game, they are 900 meters away from one of the things. They also have all 4 elements in one spot. So beryllium, aluminium, helium, and iron. All in one spot. We obviously don't have that. Like, I just want to get this Infernal game finished. I don't want to be here playing, like, this for the next 4... Like, the game itself is fine. I don't want to be doing this for the next 4 hours like we were last week. Because, quite frankly, after last week's 5 hours of flying around shooting things and getting 14 levels, I was actually tempted to say, I'm just going to finish this off stream because I can't be asked to do the next 10 years worth of grinding that we need to do. Because this isn't exactly fun, is it? Who knew the hardest part would be finding the fucking resource veins? And again, the worst part is we look at the surface map, it doesn't show us where we are in relation to the ship. It just shows us where the ship is. So, not particularly helpful. Now if we go there, which is in a slightly different position, right? From where we just landed. In the middle. Now we're back on the fully white stuff again. We can't see anything. This is back where we were before. Right? The only thing we can do here is get in the car, drive around, and go over the edge of these mountains and see if we can see the red stuff. That's like the only thing I think that we have left to try at this point. Because, like, I don't really know where else we're going to go or how we're going to do this, because it just doesn't seem to actually be the same as it should be. You know? Let's try a few things. Let's fly all the way out here and then compare that to where we were just landed. Because it should be on the right of where we just were, right? And this should be well into the iron. Then that was the previous landing area. Let's try landing there instead and see where that throws us out. On the helium. I bet it won't put us on the helium, but we'll see. Okay, we're on the full red ground again. Which will the ship have actually landed where it says it is? That's the question. See, the thing with this is not very far away on the map, right? And there was mountains everywhere. Now, you look at this, the ground color is completely different, and there's barely any mountains around that look anything like the ones we just saw. They're all red mountains. It doesn't even feel like it's just TP'd us to the same place. It feels like it's just moved us miles away. So we can't even, like, use it as a point of reference to go, oh, let's go this direction because that's where we just previously came in from. You know? Helium, aluminium this direction, I guess, is good. Right? Because if we look at the surface map, it means we're in the green and the other bit, but we don't know if we're going towards the iron, though. We just know that this is where the helium and the aluminium is together. If we go that way, it's not there. So this would presume that this is the area, like the surrounding bit of it. But again, we don't know exactly where it landed us, so we don't know, like, fully where we were. Beryllium also isn't that much of a different color on the map, so it doesn't really help either with locating, like, certain positions. It's just that the navigation of this stuff is really poor, I think. That's what the problem is. So, like, here now, we're trying to figure out where we need to go, but it's just not really very good for that. See, this is weird, because we shouldn't be finding aluminium with no helium, because it surrounds the whole thing. Right? This is what doesn't make sense. This is what my problem is, why I'm struggling with this. Look at it. That full lot of aluminium is surrounded by the helium, yeah? Now, we had a point where it was just aluminium with no helium. That doesn't exist. This whole bit is covered. You can see the green behind there. Unless we're right there, but I don't think we are. Because if we go and... we can try and fast travel there. I bet it'll put us in a completely different spot again. And I don't think it's close enough anyway. I think everything's too far away. Yep, look, now we're back on completely white stone again. With no red in sight. And we went round the corner. Again, presuming we're where we think no resources here. Again, there's no point being here because there's no resources of anything. There's iron. Is that good? I don't know. Because there's no aluminium there, is there? Honestly. So if we're finding the tip of the iron, that means we're nowhere near where it's landed us, doesn't it? That's what it means. But this is what the problem is it doesn't land anywhere near where it actually tells you it's going to. I'm honestly tempted to just uninstall the game, to be perfectly honest. Like, I'm just... what's the point? What is the point of this? We are literally just running around. We haven't done anything in an hour and 20 minutes. Why are we even here? What's the point? You don't want to watch this shit. I don't want to be doing this shit. Why is it... like, why? Why don't we just uninstall this and start playing Oblivion now, honestly? One achievement to go, but I actually don't care. Because this is just stupid at this point. Like, we've achieved literally 0 in the amount of time we've done this. Apparently, if you're unable to find them, you can build 2 separate outposts, one for each resource, and have to connect them with a cargo link. Supposedly. But the problem with that is I don't think it works with the storage properly. But we can try, I guess. That's literally the only option we have at this point, is we're going to have to set up 2 and cargo link them. Because otherwise we ain't got anything. And we're going to have to leave the planet to go back to Jemison, because we only have 1 free slot. So let's go do that again. This is the only potential choice we have now, and I don't know if it's going to work properly. But we're going to have to try it. Because the issue we have is, with the cargo link, we need to make sure that the resources are shared between the 2 of them, and they go to the same point. Right? That's the issue. All we need, literally to make this whole method work, is we need effectively an unlimited amount of aluminium and an unlimited amount of iron. Both of them go into the same storage box. We grab it out of storage box, build an industrial workbench, and spam build fucking adaptive frames. That's the entire method right there. But I don't know if we can get the resources to actually, like, go to the right place in doing that. And, of course, we might not have the stuff to do it because we have to build a cargo link as well now at both of them. So we might not have the resources to fully do it straight away. So we might have to go get even more stuff, and then we just waste more time. Which is just frustrating, to be honest. Go to whatever this one is. I mean, the thing is, these landing areas, which none of them were on top of each other, have all been placed in the same place as well. Which ain't particularly helpful now, is it? Not only that, the game's also just crashed. Starfield, you are actually the biggest pile of shit I've ever played. Genuinely. These last, like, 2 streams have made me actually just... do you know what? I understand the hate for the game now. I gave it benefit of the doubt before, but I understand the hate for it now. There's actually some parts about this game that are just really shit. This is just really frustrating. We're going to try and set up these cargo links, and then I don't know what we'll do after that. But it's just not fun at all. The whole point of streaming stuff is it's supposed to be fun, and literally all we've done is fucking stand around. Aimlessly walk around trying to find resources that apparently don't exist. Of course, everyone else on the fucking planet can find. But in my version of the game, there isn't any. Right. Put a fan on as well, it's too warm. Thing is as well, I don't know if the cargo links will work properly if they're on the same planet but in different spawn locations, but we'll see. And I'm hoping we'll have enough generators for each of the things, but who knows. This was probably before we left, wasn't it? Oh, fuck it. Let's build Outpost 1. Iron extractor. The only problem now is we've got to find the actual iron thing in the ground. Actually, no, we can do it from the other bit. This is what's annoying as well, though, right? Is you can place the outpost. I guess we could just place it and move it. But when we go into build mode here, right, which we're going to do, then we can just do this. And in theory, when we try and place, I think, the extractor, we should actually be able to see where it is on the ground. There you go. There it is. We can see it just like that. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many solar arrays? How much do they produce each? 6. How much do these need each? 5. They need 30, so they need 5 each, which is fine. Like that. I don't think we need a transfer container. We'll hook everything up first, and then we'll go from there. Or not output link. I guess I can't do this while in that view. How do I do the linking? I remember we've done this before. Maybe we just have to be in the regular view, not the big one. Oh, it's already powered. I guess we don't have to connect them. They're just powered. Okay. Then let's do solid storage. I don't want to put one there, but... we can just do 3 for now, I guess. That works. Here's the other thing we want to do, right? Chain of outputs like that. All of these need to connect to the same one, so that they all put it in the right place. Where are the other ones? Over here. They all have to connect to the first one, so they go into the right spot. So that all sets shit up now, right? Presumably. Put an extra one on there for now. So that's producing iron. Right? And all the iron should go into whichever one of these when it's this one. It's one on the end. That's fine. It doesn't matter. But then it should fill up all of these and put it into whichever one. Right? In theory, now what we should have is, say, like, over there by that mountain, another aluminium one within the same outpost vicinity that can then connect. The thing I don't know is we need to build a cargo link. Are we going to have enough resources? Oh, fucking. Oh, good one, Nitty. Take it easy. How expensive is a cargo link going to be? Zero white iron aluminium, which is the resources we need for the other stuff. Also, I can't remember if we need one at both or just one. So let's try traveling to the aluminium. Go over here. Oh, we can't, can we? Of course, because we don't have another outpost ready. Love that. Because we have them on a different planet, we can't put them over here, can we? That would make sense, being able to put them on different planets and not being capped to 5 total in the entire world. Will say the base building in Starfield was actually very fun, I thought. I had like 5 outposts and a few different bases just to spread out everywhere. To be honest, Forks, I couldn't disagree with you more. I just think this is tedious and fucking boring. I really don't enjoy this at all. Literally the only reason I'm doing this is because it's faster than actually fighting things. I really am not enjoying this. Like, I just want to be done with this at this point. And, yeah. I just want to get this method going so I can actually start making stuff, you know? Let's go land here now. Thought fighting things was much easier. It's slow, that's the problem. So one of the fastest ways we found to gain XP was to fight ships out in outer space, right? So we went and did a bunch of fighting against the ships. Where is the alien? It's over that side. We went and did a bunch of fighting against a load of ships, which was fine. We spent 5 hours fighting ships, trying to get as many well-rested bonuses as we could. And we spent 5 hours and we earned 14 levels. So this method, basically because of the way that time works, because, you know, on different planets and different sun cycles, things are going to go faster or slower. In this case, oh, let's just stick these over here. We can farm resources and then just spam adaptive frames faster than we can do the other. Solid containers. Got a bunch. Missing resources, adaptive frames. That's fine for now, I think. Because... Actually, we want to link these together first. I got those 5 because we can build more adaptive frames and then increase the storage. So now I think we need a cargo link. It's in, at least at 1, if not at both. Fuck it there. Get out of build mode. Now I've got to see if we need it at both or not, because I can't remember. I think we need it at both, but we have to use the second one to transfer stuff, isn't it? We might need to fly to the other one. Yep. Think. Go to Outpost 2, build another cargo link, and I think we can link the two together to send the iron from one to the other. This is the other one. What? Why give us the option to fast travel to the base that we're already at? What is the point of that? Why not just remove it from the list? So dumb. Right, that links the two of them. So, hold to open quick menu. Outpost link. I don't know how this works specifically, to be perfectly honest, so we'll see. What I'm hoping is that this will fill up with iron. Right? We have the incoming and outgoing. Unless maybe I need to go to the other one now to... Which one's set up to which? That's the thing. Outpost 2 and Outpost 1 are linked. So I think probably what I need to do now... We'll try it from here, because then we can test it. If I set up the storage and link it, maybe if it lets me to the... Where's the actual outpost beacon? There it is. If I set up the storage and link it to the outgoing box, then I think it will just transfer it across. Maybe. So, output link for that. And that should work now, right? Maybe. What if you want to travel 18 feet? I don't know what to tell you. That puts it to outgoing, so I think that works. I don't know if it only does it when it's full, though, or not, so, I don't know. It's way more complicated than I wanted it to be. So now let's go to Outpost 2, which has now changed positions with Outpost 1 in the menu. That's fun. We can check this now and see if it's actually done it, because it should in theory be in the incoming cargo section, right? And there's nothing naturally, as we expected. There's 52 aluminium in there, though, which isn't bad. Where's the old beacon here as well? Over there. Don't know if there's something else I need to do there. Yeah. Build mode again. You can only link it to the like outgoing one, of course, which we don't want to do. So that's fine. I need to build a bed. Don't want to exit build mode, for fuck's sake. Ugh. I need to make a bed and I need to make an industrial workbench. And then I need to hope that it actually starts transferring the resources. Cargo link into system. No, we don't need that, do we? Transfer container. Transfer of cargo while on board your ship. We don't need any of that stuff. Industrial workbench, we want that. And we want a bed. How much do we have on us at the minute? 24. Let's try sleeping in the bed for... Let's do 12 hours. And then we'll see if it's done anything. What I'm hoping is we'll go look in the box at the cargo post. It will have transferred the resources to the box, which then allows us to craft from here, right? So in theory, we come up here. This will be the incoming, right? Not outgoing, so it should be in this one. Our shit's getting attacked. Lovely. There's nothing there. And we're getting attacked by the fucking Baroon, and we're in the air because gravity. How many of them there are, man? They're all weak as shit, man. So I need to figure out why these aren't connecting properly, really. That's the problem at the minute. Unless you know, Forbes. Because in theory, by setting up the storage to send stuff, unless I need to send maybe the aluminium extractors themselves to immediately just connect to the outgoing box. But in theory, connecting the storage one should make sense, right? Because then the storage should just auto-transfer everything to here. And then we should have all of our resources. Have a look at that bit where I saw the thing on the guide where someone said about it again. What did they say? Build two separate houses and connect them with a cargo link. Transfer resources between outposts. Let's have a look. There may just be something that I haven't done with it that means it works. Connect your extractors to the cargo link so resources like iron or helium can automatically be sent from one outpost to the other. So I need to connect the... Other bit, maybe? Connect the storage to the interstellar cargo link. This way, make sure that the cargo link has the fuel it needs to run consistently. Set up outgoing and incoming transfers just like with regular cargo links, but remember the system... Not hauling resources interstellar, right? No, it's the same system, yeah. Let's go to the other one with the main... Actually, can I do it? I might be able to do it from here. Can I set it up to, like... Do I have to maybe set it up to ask it for specific resources? Outgoing resources, iron. So it... Maybe it's already put it straight into the storage? No. Make an outpost to mine resources. Make at least one storage container of the proper type material. Within the system, hauling or between stalling using edit mode. Connect the miner to the container on the pad. Connect the two pads to the same type using the computer. Ships will come and haul for you. It can be bi-directional. Yeah, so well, if we look at it, right? Let's say we look at the PC. We've got it outgoing resources from the other one to this one. This is the aluminium one of iron. But then in theory, when we come to the either one of these, outgoing or incoming, doesn't really matter. Both of the bins are empty. Which in theory, shouldn't they be full of resources? If it's outgoing and it's sent the stuff to it. And then it's not in the storage bins. So I'm a bit confused as to where all my iron is. Travel to the other one, because it doesn't seem to be actually transferring the iron. Outpost 1 is where we want to go, isn't it? Thanks for the Nox cap, Bruce. This is very confusing. Outgoing. Does it maybe have to wait until it fully fills it up before it does anything? Maybe? Because it's in the outgoing box, right? So in theory now this cargo link, which as we can see is linked to the other one, should now... 299 out of 300 on the cargo ship. So the cargo ship is now transferring between, it's just taking time, I guess. We'll have a look and I'll show you how much we've got resources-wise, though. If you look at... Actually, there might not be anything in it. Oh, no, they're already filling up. If you look at them already filling up, that was on like a few hours wait, and we've already got multiple hundred. So I think, in theory, then, if we go back to the other one, Outpost 2, it might have transferred it now. No, dude, this is so dumb. The fuck are you? Oh, it's a dead guy who's T-posing. Nice. They all are. Well-designed game, Bethesda. Oh, they just stood there. Oh, now my... Of course, now my iron shows up. The real question, though, is can I access it from the bench, or do I have to specifically grab it out of the storage first? Okay, it's straight there. We're ready to go. We're set up, everybody. It's only taken nearly 2 hours, but we can actually start now. Okay? We sleep for an hour real quick. So we get well rested. Now, this is how we complete the method. Okay? Let me show you. We're actually going to do this with mouse and key, purely for this. This is the method of leveling up so fast. There you go. There's 100 XP. 200 XP. 300 XP. 400 XP. That's 500 XP. How we do that as that. You go, but you've run out of resources now. What do you do? Oh no. Let's sleep 12... actually, let's sleep 24 hours so that all of our resource extractors fill up the bins again and then repeat the process. Welcome to the life of Bethesda level grinding in all of their games. There's always some grindy method you have to level up in every game, I swear. At least we're getting it done now, though. It's better than where we were before. That was really frustrating, trying to find those resources, man. That was really annoying. Hey, at least we're making progress now, right? Shame this still takes a while to do the 24-hour waiting time, though, right? This method will still take some time, don't get me wrong, but it's like very consistent XP, right? Right, so we do the 24-hour wait. Oh, now there's no iron here. Oh, man. Why is the iron not transferred yet? This is going to be way slower because we got to wait for the ships to transfer it. I'd have thought with the 24-hour wait, it would have actually transferred it already. Is this our delivery right now? It might be our delivery right now. Tell you what we can do while we wait, actually. Where's our thing gone again? Where's the... Oh, it's over there with the weird guys, isn't it? Build mode. We can build more storage because we have more adaptive frames now. Anyone seen them Brooke and Jubal radio chats where you do the second date update? I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea. Progress, exactly. Just. Hi Shaylay, welcome in, man. How you doing? So far, I mean, we're making 99 at a time, which is great. The only problem is that it's just taking a little bit of time, isn't it? We haven't got our first level yet, but I mean, we'll get into it pretty soon, and then it will hopefully start working well. How goes? Kind of frustrated, but feeling a little better right now. We finally got our method set up to actually work. So this, in theory, should allow us to level quite quickly. In theory. See. I'm assuming we're going to have to wait again for the iron. Yep. This is the only other thing that's annoying, is it's not that quick, the transfer. Maybe we'll wait another hour and see if it comes up. Where's our cargo? Bring us the cargo. Like it only seems to appear the second I walk up onto here. What we can probably do if we want is go and put more storage boxes down, so it might pick up more iron at the same time. It's going alright though, Shayla. It's going alright. How are you doing, dude? Hope you're doing good. $499. So it's doing like 500 at a time. Maybe that's all we can transfer. Oh, I'm clicking cancel. What am I doing? That was 500 XP. Doesn't really... I mean, it feels like getting the 500 XP is relatively quick, but... I don't know. It does feel like this could be faster. But I think a lot of that problem is because of the cargo links thing, right? Otherwise, we could just wait the 24 hours. We wouldn't have to wait for the cargo link, and then it'd speed up from that. We could just wait 24 hours and then immediately just grab the stuff. There is also another one of these you can do on another planet that I think yields more XP, but it requires other perks that we don't have, and of course it requires setup, so we're not going to do that. But yeah, nothing here again, of course. Finished my assigned installs and went shopping. 135 USD worth of goods, up 3 flights of stairs in one trip. Sounds like fun. We only have 4 iron here. Ugh. Almost makes you think, if we have the resources, which I don't think we do, about like setting up another iron one somewhere. But I don't think we can do that. Where's our next ship? We're also over encumbered, which doesn't help here. 1,400 we made already as well. Try waiting another hour and then we'll go back. This thing only ever seems to appear when we like step on the landing pad, which is weird. I'm assuming as well there's like a maximum amount we can do for the resource from one post at the same time. Right, so that should dump all the resources again. 500 exactly. So it's just faster to just like click through this on mouse. Hence why I'm doing it. Gotta be honest though, and the way this is going, is this actually faster than the way we were doing it before? I don't know. Could be in theory, but I mean, when you consider we literally haven't even... We've done half a level already. I don't know if that's good or not. that thing's gone. We wait an hour. Again, if this was just all of this stuff feeding straight into it, it'd probably be quicker, but because we have the extra weight from the cargo links, that doesn't necessarily help. Like another 600. So we've done like 2,000. There's probably like 4,000 a level right now. Which, with the amount we're getting, means it's going to be about 8 trips per level. Probably. The ship. Oh, I feel like this could be quicker. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell if this one's faster or not. Interestingly, it's flying in. If I wait an hour, is the ship going to finish transferring by the time I'm done? No, it's still flying in. That's unhelpful. Hasn't transferred yet. Lovely. Yeah, maybe this... I mean, we can do like 500 XP a piece every time we get a transfer. Or at least about that, right? Like, we have quite a lot of aluminium constantly, but it's just the iron that's always slow. Kind of the problem here. We can make loads of adaptive frames, but like the iron is just kind of inherently slow for us to get right now. Because of us not being able to do the extraction properly. It's frustrating. Waiting extra hours here just produces more of the actual resource. But the thing won't come back any quicker. That's the problem. So I don't know. I don't know if this will actually turn out to be faster or not. Kind of the way this is going. I'm going to say this, though. The way this is going, if we do this and we don't get to level 100 by the end of stream, I'm not going to play this again next week. I feel like you lot probably understand why at this point, but yeah. So in the event that we get everything finished here in today, farming stuff, and we don't manage to make it, we're not doing it again next week. So this will be the last Starfield stream regardless. And then next week we'll do Oblivion. Don't blame you in the slightest. Yeah. Most of this has been fine, but I think realistically Starfield has a few fundamental problems. One of the main ones being the lack of XP progression throughout the game, generally. Which leads to situations like this, where we're kind of just awkwardly now here farming resources. Yeah. Thing with this is, if it was a case of just like, let's go build some more extractors, right? I'd probably do it. But the thing is, it isn't. If I go build more iron extractors, as we see, it caps out at 500, which I assume is like the storage capacity of the ship. I'd have to build a whole other base to do it. And I don't think that that's, like, gonna work super well. Maybe what we should do is wait until this ship flies off, then start building, then do the 24-hour wait, and then hopefully we kind of skip this section of it sitting around. I don't know. $4.99. So it didn't put the full amount in this time? Maybe I'll try a 48-hour wait and see what happens there instead. Out of interest, and see if it brings us more. So it brings us about 500 every time, right? Purely because it's literally just going to be the waiting period. I am going to just do the waiting during the BRB, alright? So I'll switch to the BRB screen, and I will literally just skip time while I'm doing it, and I'll skip like 48 hours during the 3-minute BRB, and then we'll see if it gives us any more resources than it did before, because that would be quite interesting to know. If it does, then that'll be the way to go, is doing like double skips to make up for the fact that we have the slower time. There also may be a skill somewhere, I don't know, that might allow us to get more resources during the cargo link stuff, I don't know. But we might be able to figure that out as well when we start getting perk points. But either way, I'm going to switch screens, go to the BRB, and I'll set this up for its next 24-hour wait in a minute, and then I'll go do my BRB stuff, and we'll find out when I get back if it's worked. Okay, so BRB, everyone, back in a minute. Welcome back, everybody. A cargo ship's just landed, and I waited 48 hours, so I'd be interested to see. Actually, I don't need to go all the way up there, do I? How much do we have? Please be more than 500. 500. Okay, so that's the cap then. So if I want to speed this up, I've got to do another base, which isn't that hard to set up, but obviously it's not super quick. And it needs resources. Resources I do not have. Wait for him to fly away. I decided to learn Clip Studio Paint on my tablet because I'm getting sick of Procreate. I have no idea about the differences between the two. So what's the differences between them, really? Or are they actually really similar? And welcome back, everybody. One thing that might be useful is to figure out how much we get after... I think what I'll do is I'll do 12 hours and see, because if we can cut it down so we don't have to wait 24 each time, that would be good as well. So I think maybe we'll try and do 12 hours, right? And then let's see. Because we may find that if we do 12 hours, we can get it to go way quicker. That's the ship leaving still. We'll have to wait a minute for the other one to come in, I think. Obviously, aluminium-wise, we have loads, though. Each one of these bins is full up with like 150, so... Hopefully this ship's going to come in soon. Yeah, I can't say that this method's necessarily any more fun than the other one was. Or anything like that. Also, arguably, I don't even think that fast either. I mean, shit, we've been going like 20 minutes and we haven't even done one level yet. Now, I know ours is going to be slower because of the fact that we can't get 2 resource veins in the same place, but still. This really doesn't help either, having to wait 10 decades for the ship to arrive. But come on. There we go. This will be interesting to check. Will it have 500 resources or not? Okay, so we can wait 12 hours and that will give us full amount of iron. Useful to know. We can save ourselves some time there. I might try going lower than 12 hours to make it even faster, but we'll see. Because the problem is this ship's still going to be here for a bit anyway, so like... Be waiting regardless. No, you're right, Bo. It's not gonna happen, is it? We ain't getting 35 in the time. There's no way. Unless something like drastically, I don't know, speeds up, but. I guess we can do... Oh, no, we can't, because we can't craft 5 unique drinks, drugs, weapon mods, or equipment mods. Unless I just build another thing and make some of those, if I can build one of those other benches. If I can try, but... Yeah, this ain't gonna happen though, is it? This is just gonna get done off stream in the end, I guess. Because this is just quite frankly stupid. working weapon workbench. We could try the weapon workbench. There's about 5 unique things there. Try that. There's like make 5 unique weapon mods, and then we can cut the resources down so we can make even more potentially. Fine. No, we can't do binary trigger. Can't do that. Can't do any of them. Standard grip. There's one. No mod, I don't think will count. Oh, it does. Interesting. Iron sights. Focal lens. There you go. Tactical mag. Now when we level up, we can knock down the resources required. So in theory, I think that will help us. We actually want to get that to 12, but 11 will be useful anyway. Yeah, I think the idea that maybe this won't happen, Bowl, I think you are absolutely right, because it's taken 25 minutes and we haven't even done one level yet. Which I know it's longer because of the method that we have here, because of the transfer links, which quite frankly I think might have fucked the whole method. It would have been a lot faster if we didn't have the transfer links, right? Because we could have just immediately had access to all the resources. So I think that screwed us over a bit. To be fair. And we lost an hour because we were looking for the transfer stuff anyway. Like trying to, or looking for the resources. That's kind of killed this for us. So essentially we're just going to be here doing this loop now to get as many levels as we can, and then I'm probably just going to turn this off stream because, yeah. So unfortunately I don't think we're going to finish Starfield's 100% run on stream unless something crazy happens. This is 499? 287. Right, that didn't give us enough. So it has to be 12-hour wait then. We might as well do this while we're here, but... To be honest, the ship method was faster. Felt it anyway. Yeah, this is a weird one. I actually kind of enjoyed the playthrough up until this last couple of streams. But to be honest, it's kind of been not that fun the last 2 or so streams we've done. I don't know. Let's say if we had access to just be able to wait the 12 hours, this stuff would fill up, or wait 24 hours, this stuff would all fill up with iron and aluminium. We wouldn't have to worry about transferring it. Because I think that's what's taking the time if we look at it, right? We're just sat here for a good, like, minute maybe each time, just waiting for them to leave and come back. The ships. At least something's happening, I guess. Running around looking for an overlap wasn't great. No. It might have been faster, but yeah, we weren't finding it, were we? It didn't look like we were finding an overlap anytime soon. Actually, I've just realized this won't benefit us anyway, will it? The perk. Because these are a 1 of each anyway. But it doesn't actually matter, right? I mean, I guess while we're at it, we might as well make a bunch of these magnets, because we don't need these resources, do we? There's some more. Anything else we can make that we have a ton of resources for? We got the extra aluminium. May as well. Shame that everything's just a flat 1 XP when it comes to the crafting, and it doesn't change depending on what the item is. I find that really odd. 500, yeah, so 12 hours gives us 500. Now, of course, we could sell them, but... Damn, we didn't even get enough XP to level up, did we? Still waiting for that first level up. Oh, this is dire. The thing is, even if I say let's go, instead of doing this, let's set up a second resource station somewhere, right? Another outpost with iron, and I link that to the other ones. Even if I did that, right? I don't think it would help, because we'd still have to wait for the ships to transfer it in and out, right? We'd still have the waiting time. We'd just be waiting on 2 ships instead of 1. So I don't think it would actually make a huge amount of difference. I don't need to do 24 hours either, do I? So yeah, this is pretty dire. Unless there's another perk for like transfer links or something that maybe is useful, we'll have a look at that, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have a look at all the perks when we do our stuff in a minute and see. Actually, we'll do it while we're waiting, shall we, for the ship to come in. Planetary habitation, special projects, thingy fusion, astrophysics. What would it be under, maybe? I doubt it'd be under tech. I mean, I guess there could be something under like this that could be good. Sudden developments during research twice as common, reduces required crafting and complete projects reach 60%. That's not helpful though, is it? No, I don't think there's actually anything useful we can do with that. Makes me think about, like, what should we do then? Because to be honest, there's no point doing this for another 3 hours, is there? So I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's like, do we just chance... I feel like we got to chance our arm, don't we? Because nothing is helping us here now, is it? Like, we're not getting any... Nothing's going super fast here to the point where we could go, oh, well, if we do something else, we're going to lose time. Because we're already not going to do this fast enough, are we? I mean, it's taken, like, 30 minutes and we haven't even done 1 level yet. Like, I feel like at this point, we'd be better off just chancing our arm and trying something else. Not like specifically maybe a leveling method, but like... It kind of makes you think at this point, maybe it is worth us just saying fuck it and trying to go and build another iron thing just to see if it'll make a difference. I don't think it will, but like maybe, you know? We'll grab that anyway, I guess. It's not going to do anything, because of course... It's 1 for each, right? So I failed to see how, if we look at this, it will actually have reduced the amount, but yeah, no, it's still 1 for each. Right. We have to walk back to the ship as well, because we cannot fast travel, because we're over encumbered, I think. What do you reckon, Bol? You think we chance our arm? I think that's probably the plan here, right? Is we chance our arm and we go and set up another base somewhere. Because if I'm just going to go find an iron one, I can just go back to the massive iron field before, but it's more about whether I have the resources to do it or anything like that. I know I've got the aluminium, but it's more about whether we have the other stuff. Set yourself a 30-minute time limit to find the perfect spot, because even if you add another iron thing, still waiting for ships. True. The only thing I don't know, though, is, like, if I'm waiting for 2 ships, maybe they come in more frequently. Do you think the best thing is here is we wait around for, or we use 30 minutes and try and find another iron aluminium double spot? But then even with that, we've already built this stuff, right? So my resources are now going to be gone. We'll have to get the resources to rebuild all the outposts again, though, I think, won't we? Oh, I don't know. This is a horrible choice to have to make. I don't know. I think we should... Let's start eliminating things. You know? We can figure stuff out. Let's try the iron thing first. Actually, I don't even need to be on the ship, do I? What am I doing? I think if we try the iron thing first, we can eliminate that and say that it's not going to work, obviously, right? If we do the ship. Because, I mean, at this point, it's obviously not going to happen, is it? So, like, let's just forget about it, essentially. So let's just go, like, out over here and set up another base if we can. And then maybe that will help, because at least then if we're waiting for ships, but we can have multiple ships coming in, you know, maybe it speeds it up. I don't... Wrong button.
Alright, let's see what's out there. Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Land again, because I'm stupid. Yeah, there is no good choice. You're not wrong. Doesn't feel it anyway. In this area could work. I suppose it's possible, isn't it? Can always set up an iron thing here anyway and then try and find the aluminium. This kind of is best of both worlds as a landing point if it puts us in the right place, because there's loads of iron here anyway. If we can find the perfect spot, it'd be amazing. I'm getting rid of these things as well here, these frames, otherwise I'm going to die. Because my health is so low. That's from running with, like, while I'm encumbered. There's the iron veins. Though we can't place an outpost because we don't have any to place, which is annoying. Okay, photo mode. Iron. Obviously, there's a lot of iron here. Alright, actually, if we're going to do this anyway, if we're going to look, we have to have the option to build more resources, right? So we know we've got this landing area. We have to go back to Jemison, because, again, we can't remotely destroy our outposts. We have to go back here again. Let's go and dismantle another one. outpost while we're here. Shame it doesn't give you the resources back when you remove them. His ways, I guess. At least the iron and aluminium's easy enough for us to get, because we already have a ton of it from the other stuff. No, I don't want to boot out the star map completely. Yeah, this is just not that pleasant of an XP farming method, if you ask me. I think, generally in this game, putting a level 100, like, requirement on there is fine. But I think the way that they actually went about the leveling system is really poor, and it doesn't really give enough to warrant doing it. In my opinion. Dismounting the previous ones by vaporizing them is a weird choice. Yeah. Oh, you said Bong. Let's set a 30. Actually, we would only need a 30-minute timer because it's about halfway between the next hour now. If by the next BRB we haven't found aluminium and iron, then there you go. It's the lack of navigational stuff, though, really, that's the problem with it, right? If you look at it, assuming that on the compass that is north, where it shows, like, the fat little nub, right? So assuming that that is north, right? This is the north of the planet up here. So we're in the south part of the planet where we're starting. I'm not going to change the rotation of the map at all. In theory, us going straight north, we should find the aluminium. But also, we should be finding helium. And the game says we're only finding iron, which makes me think we're in the wrong spot, or it spawned us in a different position, right? If we find iron and helium, I think we're in the right direction. But based on what I'm seeing, in theory, it should show us, you know, there is helium, like, on the ground, but not extractable resource. There's more iron. And with this as well, it doesn't show us anything other than just the surface map. So, like, that doesn't really help either, you know? Like, we can try and aim for over here and see if maybe at the foot of the mountains there'll be some. Try. The only other thing is that we've run out, like, this way, right? And we've gone out across this little spit of land and it's this way. But this looks too far away. Surely for the outpost to have both veins of resource on. And it's probably not much further than this, though, either, is it? I don't know. Not even easier, just less tedious. Oh, yeah, they could have done a load of things to make it better, I think. If you ask me. Big old radius and see if we can find anything. See, if we could just have, like, the for the sake of the building, we could just do the camera that goes up into the sky, like when you're building. That would be incredibly helpful. Yeah, I think like the orientation of the planet is just kind of fucked, alright? That's the thing. Because it says, again, if you look at what it says that's north, right? Now, if we ran straight north, we should be running straight towards the aluminium. We haven't hit any helium yet, and we should have hit it really quickly. It's either like 50 million miles away, or it's not there at all, and it's just the map's orientation is wrong. Which it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Because, like, again, looking at this, how far have we run around since the ship? We've gone fairly far, and we haven't seen anything other than iron. Back to the ship. Really dropped the ball on certain aspects of the game. The leveling definitely was one of them. 100%. The leveling's terrible. It really is. The thing that annoys me about it is, if they'd have just made it so that, where they say the whole point of the game is like exploration, if they'd have just made it so you got loads of XP from exploring planets, that would have been fine. The other thing is that planetary scans that say resources are in one spot but they aren't. Guess the planet scans are likelihood of them being there. Maybe not actually. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. It's just annoying though, right? Go this direction, see what we find, shall we? Plenty of iron. I know that much. Nope, still just iron. Probably would have been better off, and I know it would have been like people would have complained. Probably would have been better off if they just made it so that the maps were all effectively the same, rather than being, you know, different. Because, like, it's annoying, as I said earlier, how you watch a guide and someone's like, just go find them together, haha. And it's just like, bruh, like in total time of the stream, I probably looked for an hour and a half to find the resources together. It doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. Now there's no resources here. Iron this way, but there's none this way. No, now there's iron that way. I don't know. I think they should have just, or either that, or if they really wanted to, just make it so that, like, basically all of the resources can kind of just be found everywhere instead. I don't know, I just don't like this at all. Thanks to the Nox cap, Bruce. Like, this part of the game not only is just kind of, like, inherently frustrating from the fact that we have to just do incredible amounts of leveling in a short space of time, which is just not really happening, but, yeah, like, this is just kind of stupid. And then you find, like, a great iron vein like this, and you go, nice, this would be amazing to set up on. And then you realize, well, there ain't no aluminium here, so I can't do anything. It would also be nice if they'd have let you put the outpost out while in the vehicle. Just do the beacon. So that you could, like, scan and drive at the same time. Wouldn't that be a nice idea? Yeah, it's literally just iron everywhere. So frustrating, dude. Like, when I say about, like, earlier on, going to the spot where it says in between, I'll basically put a ping on exactly where the person goes, right? Now, ours will look completely different. The guide that I watch, yeah, if you watch it, it's like right here. Basically where our other one already is, the landing target is. And then he walks around for about 5 seconds and finds a load of aluminium. Have we got any, no, we don't. Have a look at the big map for a minute. There's apparently, according to the thing, it should be where the crater and mountain biome meet. Right? Because this, I think the red is the crater biome. As can probably be seen by the surface map if we have a look in a second. Craters. Alright. But I don't think there's any iron here, that's the thing. Because we need to find, like, craters next to the mountains. Like, we could maybe try here. But I don't know. Because you'll see, if I go in here, right? If I click over here, craters, 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 craters. Then I click there, it gives mountains. This is still mountains. This is still the mountain biome. Oh, this is the crater biome. So it's like, it should be effectively right about here on this, like, middle fault line. But there ain't none. Rather annoying. Guy made it look way too easy. They probably took that. Yeah, honestly, they probably did. Onlyiron.com, yeah. What's that marker I threw down? There, I think it's this one. I think it's this way. Yeah. Quite a way away. And all we can do is try it, you know? I think we're too far into the craters biome, like, that's the problem. And I think our version of, like, where the biomes meet doesn't quite work properly. Because I think, in theory, if you look at it, right, what it should be is, it should be where, like, the red ground and the kind of white-grey, like, chalky-coloured ground meet. But I don't think we have that at all. Can't really afford to get attacked by the Starborn either right now, because I have no HP, so... Well, there's aluminium. But of course, I don't think we're near iron. That's the problem. Yeah. So there's the one resource, but we don't have the other. Which this is the problem. We can find one or we can find the other. We can't find them both together. Good, we can outrun the Starborn as well, otherwise we would be in trouble. There's another aluminium vein on the ground. I keep seeing this like red bit and thinking, oh, it's iron. It's not. More of the stuff. Even more. Look how much we got here. Tons of the stuff. None of that iron though, right? Again, is obviously the crater biome, right? I think what's happened here is on our like generated part of the map, right? We don't have the area where the two of them meet. I think that's the issue. Like maybe the only other thing we can do, maybe, is we have to go back to the straight mountain biome. And then from there, we just look for an area on the surface map that has craters. We just go like here again, and then we basically just look for an area with a crater and die on the map. As you can see, if we go to the craters, there's no iron. And if we go here, we probably won't find the other. There's no craters here though, is there? So it isn't here. You know, I agree, folks. I think they had some good concepts with this game, but a lot of it was poorly executed. And I think that led to a lot of people having issues with the game as well. Right down here, maybe? I think Starfield could have been really... Oh, hang on. Hold up. Well, that looks kind of like the fault line between red and white, does it not? Let's go to the edge and see what we can find. There's a possibility here. Not gonna say, or yeah, we found it, but like maybe. This might be an area like what we want. If it is, it'll be really annoying because we spent ages looking. And it'd be nice to find one, but like also at the same time, it's been fucking forever. We might have to look around on the edge here a bit, but I don't know. We'll see. Oh! It got me for a minute there. Let's try down that. We just need to go one direction down the side of here. Do we go that way? Let's go this way. Well, at least now we have a bearing, maybe. We can kind of travel down the edge here. We'll just travel, like, you know, a little chunk of the way down. Oh, actually, we'll keep the scanner on because we might find a... It was just that little chunk, wasn't it? That tiny little piece on the ground. had me then for a minute. I thought when it saw that beryllium, we'd actually found it. Let's try here. Oh, hang on. We must be really close. We must be. Because we've got aluminium here, and we had iron back there. Okay, so it's like back this way is where it seems to be spawning. But is it close enough to the iron? It's kind of back in further this way, right? Which then maybe what we should do is if it's back further that way, we should travel the opposite direction. Get back to the car. Then if we travel the opposite direction, maybe we can find some further down the other way, right? I hate this so much. This is awful. This is actually terrible. Where do we leave the truck? Oh, there it is. I mean, I'm glad we've actually found a bit where we've at least got close now. We haven't found them together, obviously, but we found them right, like, near each other. So this is at least a start, right? What we'll do is we'll just keep the scanner on. We'll drive across this way, like, on the edge. And then if we find one or the other, we'll just get out and have a look. I think that's probably the play here. But either way, though, I know I said, you know, this is going to be like the final one and we're going to get all the stuff done. It will be. If we don't get this done today, I'm not going to do another stream where we just do this. Because there's no point, really. You know? We've seen the method of the adaptive frames. Obviously, in this version that we had, without being able to do them at the same place, it's quite slow. Nearly got me again. Let's try it here anyway, because, I mean, you never know. But yeah, if I end up doing this now and get the 100%, I'll do it off stream. Like, I'm not going to continue doing this past today. Just beryllium. Okay. We'll try, pushing down this way. We'll see. It may just be there's no aluminium in that little bit and it's like a sticky out bit. So we'll try over there by the big old bump. Typical, of course, now though, that it's the iron we need to find, right, again. We even find, like, the location and everything. Now we just need the iron that isn't, not showing itself. Turn around, you stupid fucking car. I hate this thing so much. Why does this control like ass as well? This is another thing. If Bethesda were going to figure out how to create vehicular stuff, right? Let's make a vehicle. Why did they model it on the fucking Mako from Mass Effect 1? Nobody likes that, and they went, you know what? Let's make it the same. Aluminium. I doubt it, but you never know. Could this be it, finally? Oh my god, we found one. We've actually found an area where we can build them. Only problem is, we don't have the resources to build all of it. We need tungsten, aluminium, and iron. Obviously, the aluminium and iron we can get covered. Then we need copper. Right. Right, now we have the outpost. We can at least go to it, right? Rename. Call this farm. Can I have a hype in the chat, please? A farm. Right. Now what we do is we... Well, we may as well travel to our other bit. Actually, let's not do that yet. Let's go to Jemison first. Oh my god, I can't believe we've actually found the location point there. Let's go to Jemison. You'll see why in a minute. We need to travel to... Commercial district? We need to go to the... we need to go shopping. What we need. We need to buy tungsten and copper. For the hype ball. We have no health left either still. This better be way quicker after that. I hope it is, man. I hope it is. If it's not... oh dear, if it's not.
Welcome to UC Distribution. Yes.
We won't bother picking up the aluminium and iron because obviously we know we can get loads of that already. 23 copper and tungsten was the other thing we needed, wasn't it? 20 tungsten. And we picked up what? 23 copper, was it? So we used, for the whole thing we needed 30 copper, 24 tungsten. We just picked up 20 tungsten. How much copper did we pick up? 23. I think we can get away with this if we go to the other... What? There's another shop here on in New Atlantis where we can buy more resources. If we can buy a bit more tungsten, a bit more copper, we can go to our other extractors, grab all we can. France, well, we won't set up the this is where it's annoying, right? Is if we could just set up the transfer, we could set it so that our other ones would send all our resources to the other spot, but they won't. Is it Jemison? I think it's Mercantile or Mercantile. Plus, the moment I clock out of lunch, they send me on a service call. They were waiting. They were waiting for you. The second you got out, they immediately sent you straight in for another one.
Oh, please take a look.
Copper. 15. Nice. Tungsten. 18. Right, I think that's enough with the aluminium and iron. We should be able to get it. Can we just fast travel straight out of here? I think we can. I feel a sense of pressure now. I'm just like, God, if this isn't that much faster, I'm going to be absolutely just devastated. Right. So we don't want to go to farm, do we? We want to go to carrying too much and can't fast travel. Right then, let's run back to the fucking ship. I don't know why you don't have the... Do you know what would be really nice in this game? If you had the option of when you bought things from a store to say transfer it to the ship immediately. That would be nice, which I'm pretty sure it doesn't do. That would be good. Spending my lunch break, chilling on a Nox stream, checking out Soul Frame. They can get... Yes. God, I'm so like... I feel so much pressure, man. I feel so much pressure here. If it's not, I don't know how anyone has hit level 100 legit. They must have played like 500 hours or something. That's the only way I could see someone doing it, is playing like copious amounts of hours. Honestly. Like, I don't know how they do it though. If someone's legitimately done it, I don't know how they did that. Right, so we want to go outpost 1, right? No, it's 2. That was where the aluminium was. We go outpost 2. We grab the iron and aluminium that we have in the base, which should give us enough. These weird T-posing corpses are still there again. Actually, while I'm here, just in case we get jumped, I'll go sleep as well. Because that means then at least if we get jumped by someone, I'm not going to immediately die. So that'll be good. Let's just sleep an hour. Let's check and make sure. There should be loads of resources here. There you go, 600 and 500. Let's go grab all of that. 152 will be enough, I think. Land on the ground, you fool. Ugh. No delivery services in the future? Honestly, man. The only problem now is, where's the ship in comparison to us? How far away is the ship? Because we can't fast travel because it's... Okay, so we have to go to the ship. We have to run to the ship. Because we cannot fast travel because we're over encumbered. Because of the resources we picked up, so... At least the benefit of this is we don't have to cargo link anything. So in theory, if we can set this up and we can get all the extractors running, I'm going to play through the break as well. I know it's probably not the best thing to do and I should probably get up and stretch my legs, but I feel like every minute right now is kind of precious. So we're using what we can. Took me a long time. So you've legit made it to level 100, folks. You've legitimately gotten your way up to level 100 in this game. I don't know how you had like the willpower to do it. You did. Oh my god. Ow. How did you level? Was it just by killing stuff? And it just like playing and doing like general killing stuff while also doing bits and pieces, or a full month just Starfield? Oh, brutal. I can tell you one thing though, this is going to relieve absolutely everybody, okay? I can relieve you all right now. Oblivion does not have any leveling requirement achievements. I checked already, I don't think there are any. So, we're okay there, alright? We don't have to specifically level up in Oblivion. You'll all be happy about that. Alright, let's travel to the farm. We do have to rank up in factions, but I assume that'll just be by doing faction things. So, like, easy enough. Hi, Maximum. How's it going? Right. Build. Here we go. Right, 3 more extractors. There's 1. 2. And well, that one sort of fits there. 3. How many solar arrays do we need? 5? Oh, we can put them anywhere, can't we? We'll chuck them over here. We have enough beryllium as well, which is good. Now these are already powered. All we need to make is... Okay, we don't have the adaptive frames. That's fine though. Because we can just build an industrial workbench and a bed again. And we'll be fine. We can make them there if we want to build the storage and start this farming already. But let's not do that. Let's go get the iron extractors going. We just got to find where the resource vein is now. There should be one. Oh, here we go. How far away is it? Oh, it's not super far away. That's good. Right, now all these should be powered. Okay. Now we should just be able to do the adaptive frames. Where's the bench? Here we go. Oh, we do need to build a bunch, so we'll make like 25. Probably enough. Ah, we're nearly done, everybody. We're nearly set up again. I know I said we were set up the first time. We're actually nearly set up properly this time. Why is it auto default to like on top of it? No, come away over there. Build 5 bins, and then that's... onto there. 2. 3. Actually, I will go and stretch my legs, now I say about it. I think it's probably unhealthy for me not to do that. But we got that first one built, though. So that should now be extracting aluminium. I'm going to go to the BRB. I just realised I've got the lo-fi on. I've had it on the whole time. Oh, well. I'll be back in a minute. And we can continue on in this hellscape of levelling. Yuppie. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to hell. Ugh. I had a funny such annoying bug in this game on load. The only thing I could see was the setting sun. Everything else in the render was just pure black. In a forest, so I could barely see the sun. That's a weird bug to run into. Yeah, that's so dumb, man. Such a stupid bug. Right, I need to do the other extractor bits, don't I? Over by the iron. We need to build some storage. Oh. I mean, it intersects with an existing object. Of course it does, it's fucking snapped to it. Oh my. This has got to be so difficult. Missing. Oh, now we don't have enough adaptive frames. Ugh. We need to. Hang on, we need to link these first. We'll do that one first. I don't want to pick it up. Oh. This has been a harrowing day. Right. In theory, I think we're actually ready to go now. Okay. Let's use the bulk that we already have over. And do some levels. I think we're ready to go, everybody. We'll wait 12 hours, see how much it gives us, and then we'll go from there. We'll see how much quicker this is, not having to wait for those bloody ships. I really hope it's faster. If it's not, oh, I might actually have a breakdown on stream. Please. How much do we have? 800. See, this is what I mean. Look how much quicker this is. All we have to do is sleep for the 12 hours, and we can just instantly make 800. See? Is it going to be like lighting up the world with our XP gains? Like, obviously not, no, right? It's still going to take some time. Let's do a 24-hour and see how much it gives us. But, like, we're not going to be getting, like, any more XP than the little bit we were, the 1 per thing. But if we can do a 24-hour wait and build 1,000 and get 1,000 XP, it's way faster, right? Do I think we can do it in the 2 hours? I mean, I don't know. It really depends. We have 34 levels, and we have just under 2 hours to do it. What do you reckon, everybody? You think we can do it in time? You think we can actually pull this off? Tell you what, folks, run a poll. Run a poll. Are we going to finish in 2 hours or not? See what everyone who's still awake thinks. I say that, of course, because with what we've done so far, I suspect half of the people who came into stream today fell asleep midway through the hunt for resources. Oh, we still only have 500 after a 24-hour wait. That's weird. Okay. Oh, no, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. It's because the iron, we don't have as many storage boxes, do we? Okay, I'll build some more storage boxes. Hang on. Let's go and help out there, shall we? Missing resources, iron. Ah! Bruv. Wait an hour and hopefully that'll give us enough iron. Right, now we've got enough iron. I gotta be honest, I don't know why it won't let us build more here, though. We also can't build them, like, sideways either, which is odd. We can build them up. I think that's enough storage. Continue on the train. That's not the one I want to do. It's that one, isn't it? Missed one. That's fine. Connect that one to that one. I think that'll be fine. How much do we have? 167. Let's see if it works as a small solution to figure this out, right? Let's wait 24 hours and see how much it gives us. I'm hoping we're going to have like 1,000 or something. And then we just have to do a 24-hour wait and blast 1,000 resources. I hope. Would also be good if there was like a perk that meant like mining was more efficient and stuff. Give us a good idea of how much iron we can get in 24 hours, so we can then figure out how much aluminium we have in 24 hours, right? And then how many times we'll have to cycle roughly to get about 4,000 XP for a level up. I hope it's a lot, that's all I'm saying. Come on. Okay, we've gone above the amount that we could have at 999. So it's above 1,000. That's useful to know. Damn, we got one each way on the pole. Interesting. Be interested to know who was who, thinking we could do it, and who said no. I think what we'll do as well is we'll build more on this one too. We'll build more storage here. That's probably enough, isn't it? Yeah, for now. Ah, okay. Back to the bed. So we can do roughly over 1,000 XP. Well, more than 1,000 XP per 24 hours in game. So roughly, based upon that, it would be at worst 4 times to get 1 level. I think what we can all agree on, though, if we can't agree on the poll whether we think we're going to do it, we can all agree this is definitely faster than the other method, right? This is definitely quicker than what it was before. Welcome in, Spartacus. How's it going? How much did we get? That's the real question. Obviously, we're over 1,000. Let's count them so we know, right? There's 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. So we had 1,500. That's not too bad. I mean, yes, it still takes a little bit of time, don't get me wrong, but We can do roughly 1500 XP-ish in one day. Which is if we don't build any more storage, which we might. Should we build more storage? Or do you think we already have an amount we need? Or do you think it would be excessive to build more? Part of me thinks we should just build even more. So that we can get like 10,000 within the time. Do you think that's a good idea? Or do you think we're going to crash the game? We build too many storage units. What do you think, everybody? Will the game crash if we build more storage? Do that. Okay. Bowl has spoken. Right, here we go. That's another 10. We got this fucking cluster over here. No, I don't want to put it there. That 8 we've added. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be functional. Alright. I'm not sure what has happened here with the connecting, but you can have a certain amount connected to each other at the same time, maybe, I don't know. I think they're all connected. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do either. That's the wrong menu. Drop a save. That's what we wanted. Right, now let's do this again. That's 1 then. That's not great, is it? It'd be good if you could just max, like press a max button and craft as many as possible. That would be good, wouldn't it? Level up! Yay! Let's do a quick perk distribution. Don't really matter what we put it into, does it? Physical damage reduction. How about that? Level 67. We have 33 to go, everybody. Isn't that crazy? Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Someone believed in me that I could get this done. That's what I'm glad about. Now, I think if everything had gone perfectly, obviously it didn't. If everything had gone perfectly and we'd found this spot really, really early on, and we'd had longer to do it, I think I would have easily fancied our chances of getting it finished. This basically will all just depend on how much we can get. If we can manage to get it where it's almost 1 level per thing, that would be insane. Because I feel like what's going to end up happening here is we're actually going to have more than we are able to... We're going to, like, max out the storage again. Got a lot here. Oh my god, we have a lot. Okay. We're still going. We're still above 999. I keep going too quickly because I missed the bar. Roughly, I've been doing this sort of like, I haven't really been counting. I've been sort of half-heartedly counting. For reference, I think that was about 25 sets of them we just made. So we made close to 2,500 there. So we just did about 2,500 XP in that one. So in theory, we might be able to do that like 2 levels every 1 level every 2 24-hour sleeps. It's pretty wild. That's if we don't make more storage boxes, which we could. We could make more storage boxes, couldn't we? But it is wasted time if we do make more, but then does it save us more time in the long run? See? So that method then, this method of XP works. This is my thing to anyone who's playing this game. If you're trying to do the same challenge as me and you want to follow the same method, I will say this right now. If you cannot find this and you have to do it with the cargo links, don't bother because it takes too long. The only way I would recommend doing this method is 100% make sure that you can get the resource nodes next to each other where mountain and crater meets. Just do that. Go in the right spot. Why are you trying to... There we go. Why is it trying to, like, go all the way down there? Why doesn't it just go where I tell it to? That would be nice, wouldn't it? Where were we before on the old Kraken? Out there, probably. Right, that's that one. With even... Look at that. We've just made an absolute train of things. And then we've built a tower block over here. I don't know what the skybox is here either, but there you go. Why is it not putting one? There we go. I mean, it doesn't matter which order we build them, honestly. It just, as long as they're connected, it's fine. Well, let's put spaces in between on some of these. That's annoying. Ugh. So these are just box spaces, I think. This is a bit of a mess, don't get me wrong, but it's fine. If you can double the storage, and that, in theory, halves the 24-hour sleeps, that's a decent chunk of time saved. In theory, yes, Paul, you are correct. Look at that. We've got a skyscraper's worth of storage boxes. Right, let's count them down. That's 1, right? That's 2, 3. Now, it wouldn't have changed because we hadn't done the increases yet. That's 4. 5, so that's 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. That's 98, but still. 18. 19. 20. Okay, we potentially got higher than we did before, right? Doesn't really matter. Yes, man. Brace the monolith. There you go, there's another level up. We're at 68. Anyone want to change their guesses from the poll? Or are you all still comfy and thinking that we're not going to do it? I know we only have an hour and a half and we have 32 levels to do, but trust me, bro. Trust the process, alright? To be honest, I'm glad we decided now to change when we did, because if we'd have kept going with the method we were doing, we'd probably be at about level 68 now, if we'd have just kept going. Would have taken so long. I'm so relieved that we've actually found the method that speeds us up, because holy, it was so bad, it was unreal. Also, a reminder to everyone here, Thursday, it's my birthday, so we're doing a birthday stream. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be the same time as normal on Thursday, and it's going to be a banger, alright? So, yeah, keep your eyes and ears open. I think you're right, Bol. I don't think we'd have made 75. It's definitely increased the storage amount. The bar is very thin on actually like where you can click here. Okay, we've got more than like 30 here. I already can just tell based on how many we have. I think we're going to be able to do like 40 a piece here. If not, maybe even more. We might even be able to do 5,000 every time. It's kind of getting in that sort of number. Yeah, I think somewhere around here, I think we're able to do like at least between 30 and 40. Because you remember we just leveled up on the previous one? And look where we are now. That's 3/4 of a level in one sleep. If we make even more storage... Nah, we don't need any more storage units, do we? Well, I say that. Don't think you'd have cracked... No, I don't think I'd have cracked 75. 75 would have been a stretch, yeah. Don't get me wrong, 32 levels is still a lot to do in the time, right? What I'm hearing is more storage. Do you think we should get enough storage to be able to do one whole level every sleep? Do you think that would be enough? If we're able to do one full level every sleep, maybe. Because I like your thinking, Bol, I'll be honest. I think maybe we could do with a couple more. Just a few, you know? We better build them up, though, on the monolith, because otherwise it'll be a bit fucky, won't it? No, I don't want it there or there. Build it on the fucking top, you stupid... Ah. Build another couple of rows. No, that's a spacer. What? Why does it do that? Can anyone figure out any logical idea why they would make it so that it would rather select a blank space and then put one above, rather than put it in the open slot that is right next to it? Why? Just for that, I'm going to build a whole other row. Out of spite. Is what I'm going to do that for. Because of this crap building system. The camera on this is absolute dog water as well. We're actually, like, moving stuff along. Assuming we ended there, so here we go. Oh god, I connected the wrong one, didn't I? Oh well, it doesn't fucking matter. It all works in the end. It might be an absolute monstrosity, but it does the job. Oh, I'm not building anymore. I don't even want to know how much is actually in there, because I bet it's ridiculous. The amount we actually have. Like at this point, this absolute monolith that we built. I want to do. Come on. Yeah, that's probably enough, isn't it? I think that's probably enough. I think we've probably got enough at this point to the nature where we don't really have to worry about buying any more storage. I'm gonna suggest. Keep an eye on where we were. Remember, we were about 3/4 into this level. So after this one, we'll see where we are, and then we'll try and figure out if we've done one whole level. The thing you do this makes me think of Jack Craig's video where he tried to break the game with thousands of potatoes. I think I've seen that before. There's a level. Sometimes my genius knows no bounds. It's kind of pathetic though, isn't it, that this is literally the fastest way of leveling up in the game is spam making adaptive frames at a workbench after you build some monstrosity of aluminium extractors and fucking monoliths. You could make it even more efficient, right? Because I think they, I remember him saying that there was a better place you could do it. Let's say the Venus one that's like gives you something that you can make better as well, because it's like a, I don't know, it just works better. I think it's the in-game time is different there as well, but it's for a different resource. So you can also farm stuff there, but it's like you'd just be mining something else instead. But the in-game clock is like faster there. As you see with this is why it works so well. 24-hour waiting on local time, but the universal time for the whole thing is 140 hours. That's kind of crazy. Welcome in, A10 Go Burr. You got a new game. What did you get? Is it Starfield by any chance? If so, watch closely. This is how you level up as fast as possible. It's not the most fun method of doing it, but it'll get you XP pretty fast. So we're about halfway through the level, right? So we were doing about 3/4 of a level before we changed the storage system. Now that we have even more storage lockers, I think we're going to be able to do a full level every time. We have 31 levels to do, and we have an hour and 20 minutes. The clock is ticking, everybody. The race is on. What do you think? You think we can do it in time? Let's keep an eye on it. Do we get after our first one? So we're about, you know, a little bit past the third digit of the number, so we'll call it halfway through this level. Oh my god, I keep missing it. Getting sloppy, man. Okay, what new game did you get, A10? I'm not actually counting how much we're doing this time. I'm just assuming that it's going to be enough. No way it can't. Not that I was a doubter before, but I definitely... Were you the one who voted no, Bol? Whoever it was, you shouldn't feel ashamed of that. I didn't think it was... At the current pace that we were at, if we were doing it the way we did before, no, I don't think we'd have made it. But by changing this and making this absolute... It's not even a monolith at this point. It's like a gigalith. It's absolute, like, giga monolith of things. Storage crates, and then the giant... The very... Well, it's not even... It's the very, very hungry caterpillar that we've also made. Okay, so we must have run into... We must have hit the point where iron is now slower to produce than aluminium. So we're now going to have an excess of aluminium nearly constantly. We haven't quite done one full level, but it's close enough to the point where I don't really care, and I think we did enough. So there we go. Anything we want to level up while we're here? Or grab? Let's start unlocking these. Why not? We're going to get all the perks anyway. Level 70 though, everybody. 30 levels to go with an hour and 21 minutes remaining. Who's believing now? See, I'll tell you why it wasn't bad to be a non-believer. I didn't think we were going to get this done today. I was looking at it. I thought we were going to do pitifully poorly. This is the redemption. The redemption story right here. I thought that extra work that I did after last stream was going to be for nothing. You know, all that resource mining and all that was going to be wasted. But what have we done? Pulled an absolute master stroke right here with this. Now, albeit, technically I ended up looking at a guide to find out what was the best method for leveling. But actually, if you remember, keep in mind... right? Keep in mind, we actually did this before as a method of spamming, getting rid of resources. When we previously went and did the crafting stuff, you remember we had to do the resource gathering achievement for this? You had to make like 100 crafted goods and then do the 500 resources or whatever from a outpost. We actually went and did this before. We just didn't do it with iron. We did it with something else, and we just had some extra adaptive frames, but we ended up making a ton of lead and water. So we knew the method. I just didn't know that it was the best method of speedrunning leveling. So, does this mean aluminium is eventually going to take up all the space? No, Bol, it will not. I'll explain why. Good observation. I'm glad that you're paying attention, you know, and kind of keeping in mind the perils of this method. But no, it won't. The reason being, while we've connected each storage block together per set of extractors, it means that they can't obviously cross over, so they won't fill up the other one's extractor storage. So when it maxes out on aluminium, it'll effectively just stop mining it, and it'll just be maxed out. Which you can see it already is. Now, what you could say here is, I could just go build some more iron extractors, which is a possibility. I actually don't know if we have the resources to do it, but I might try. Because at this point, it's kind of, there's a bit of a discrepancy, so it might be worth doing. Just for the sake of it. Yeah, let's make this absolute monstrosity even worse, shall we? Right, which one's which? This is the iron, isn't it? 2. Yeah. You don't have any power, though. Oh, no, I don't have any beryllium. Oh, no. Alright, well, we have another 1 working, at least. Right, we've only got an extra 1. Maybe that'll make the difference, alright? Maybe the one extractor will help. Keep in mind, they're both running 6 extractors, so it's obviously just that aluminium takes less time to mine or something. Oh, man. Level 71, everybody. We're into the 20s left to go. Do you believe now? That's the question. Do you believe now, everybody? Do you believe? I guarantee you, not many of you thought we were going to finish this. Because I didn't either. I don't think many of you would have gone, yeah, he's going to get this done today. But we created a marvel of engineering in the Leaning Tower of Storage Box, which has basically solved our troubles. I mean, it's wonderful, isn't it? Also, while we're at it, I haven't really got much to say at the minute because of how much we're just fucking farming stuff. That little message in chat. Have a Prime. Forget to use it. Not saying you necessarily should use it here, but just remember, Prime sub and you use it on someone, it will run out after a month. And if you still have a Prime sub, well worth checking to make sure you actually, you know, if you actually have one lying around or not, because may as well give it to someone, right? Don't matter who it is, but give it to someone. Don't have to be me. I mean, I appreciate if people gave me their primes, but you don't have to. But just keep in mind, otherwise you're just giving Twitch free money and no one wants to do that, right? Twitch and Amazon does not need free money. Make it so it at least benefits the streamer out there as well. Keep that in mind, everybody, alright? Don't forget your primes. Which, speaking of, I'm going to check mine in just a minute when we go to the BRB. I'm going to see and make sure that I've currently got it up. I'm pretty sure I do, but double check anyway. Those first 2 hours were rough. Honestly, Bowl, after the first 2 hours, mate, I was ready to give up. Mentally, I was beaten after 2 hours. I was done. I thought, we're never going to finish this, and I'm going to have to spend copious amounts of hours if I wanted to finish this on my own outside of stream. Interesting thing here as well, actually, is that it'll be funny at the end of it all. So I haven't deleted any of the adaptive frames. When we hit level 100, we'll see how many we have in our inventory and how many we built. It's going to be a lot, I know that much. The iron still can't keep up even with the extra extractor, but I mean, that's fine. But yeah, you're not wrong though, Bob. The first 2 hours were absolutely torrid. Like, it was bad for you guys and it was bad for me as well. I wasn't enjoying it and you guys weren't enjoying it because we were literally just driving around. Of course, the problem that we had is, and the thing is, you could say, well, you know, you might think like, well, we got lucky finding the spot. If we'd have kept looking where we were, I think it was impossible that we'd have gotten what we wanted. The reason being, the game makes like these tiles, right, which is where you spawn in. It makes like the big square tile, and that's the like sandbox of where you are. Now, I think on all of the other ones we went to, I don't ever remember seeing the crater and mountain together. But I think what it is the guide that I watched kind of gives you the wrong idea, where it says, go where they're closest on the map. That isn't necessarily the case. You just need to go where they are close, not closest. Because as we found, where they were closest, they were not spawning in the same biome. And it was therefore impossible for us to find them matched together. The only way we were able to do it is if we went further afield. So keep that in mind, that it's not quite as easy to find as it seems. And in our case, it took us... we would never have found it because where we were looking, there just wasn't anything there. Now, that being said, if at any point it had specifically... because I'll tell you how I figured it out. In the video, it does not say anything about it, right? In the text underneath said video, they there mention that it is usually found at the crater mountain, like, meeting point, right? It doesn't actually say anything about that in the video itself. It just says, go to the mountains. So, if I hadn't read that bit of text under the video, we wouldn't have found it. And therefore, we'd have been basically aimlessly walking around for hours. But now, I mean, look, this isn't exactly entertaining, is it? What we're doing here as the game. It's not a great look for the game, us just sitting here spam crafting. It's like building iron daggers in Skyrim to level your smithing. However, this, on the balance of all things, this is actually a lot more interesting than earlier ones. Which is terrible, really, isn't it? That we're sitting here saying that this is like thrilling gameplay right now. But I think it's because it actually, although, like, yes, we're just sat here crafting stuff, and yes, it's not the most riveting thing in the world, we're making progress, and that's why it feels good, you know? There's a difference between like mind-numbingly boring stuff where you're just doing it and you don't see any results versus mind-numbingly boring stuff like this, but also we're making good progress. Let's grab some other perks because we can. Let's go. Let's increase our barter prices. Why not? Oh, how close are we? 72. I think we're at now, Duke. Level 72. So 28 to go. I'll show you what we've done in a minute. You'll see our magnificent thing that we've built. What do we need? 100. We've built something that is very efficient. But I believe we're at 72, unless there was just like a bit of level drag from the previous ones. We could be at 73, but I'm pretty sure it's 72. Sarcasm, not gonna lie, can't wait for you to be done with this so you can get some enjoyment out of something new. Me too, dude. Non-sarcasm. I want to be done with this as well. This is what we've built. Okay, I'll show you. Oh my god, we're gonna die if we're not careful because we're over encumbered. Where's the snake? There's the snake. That's the snake of storage boxes we built. As you can see, it goes quite far back. There's probably about 30 there. That's for aluminium. And then this, that's also storage boxes that have been stacked on top of each other. That's for the iron. I think. Yes. So, these little drills are extracting resources. And they are putting them into the storage, and then from there we can use the storage in order to go to the industrial workbench and mass craft about 40,000 not 40,000. No, actually it is about 40,000.
Embrace democracy or you will be eradicated.
Exactly. We're building Liberty Prime is what we're doing. We can build like 40,000 of these things here. Or so. 40,000? No, 4,000 even, isn't it? Yeah, it's about 4,000 or 5,000 adaptive frames every time we go to sleep and wake up. And of course, because we're going to sleep and wait in doing that, we also get the well-rested bonus. Keep missing the drag on the wheel. A scroll wheel for this would be amazing if it worked. Sarcasm was for the O fun. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. The sarcasm isn't necessarily needed there, though, right? Because for us to get to level 100, we're doing nearly one level every time we do a sleep. Which you'd have seen if you were here earlier on when we were doing the other method, which I can't remember if you were or not, to be honest. But when we were doing the other method, we were getting 500 XP per sleep. And now we're getting like 4,000 or 5,000, so... we lost a bit of time by trying to set up a better system, and in doing that better system, we have now created this monstrosity of stuff. Shepard's gonna touch it and have some visions. It's a Prothean artifact, mate. We found the beacon. Gonna build a replica of the Normandy out of storage boxes. Rebuild Tachanka while we're at it in modular housing. 27 to go, and we've got just over an hour. When you took like 2 hours to set it up, well, yes and no. The original one, it took a while to set up because what we were looking for is what we have here, right? The ideal scenario for when you do this is that you manage to find one of the sandbox squares where it puts like the surface of the planet over two biomes, mountain and crater. If you get that where they meet, you can find an area where you can both put an outpost down like we've done, where you can extract and drill aluminium and also iron at the same time on the same outpost. We couldn't find that earlier, for reasons I'll get into in a minute. So what we did was we had to eventually, after looking for a good hour and a bit, we found that what we could do is set them up via a cargo link. Now, the problem with this method of doing it with the cargo link meant that we had to add a quite long amount of time every single time we did a sleep for the cargo ships to transport and drop off the resources we needed from the other base, right? Because they weren't in the same spot. So we had to drag the iron from the extracting mine somewhere else on the planet, ship it over to where we were, where the aluminium farm was, then build it, then wait 24 hours, and then kind of aimlessly wait for like another 2 minutes or so in like IRL, while we wait for the bases to, or for the ship to go back to the base and to go and grab more resources, right? The thing was, it was capped at 500 because that's how much the ship could bring at a time. So that's why we could only do 500 XP. So we tried that, and after a while we decided that's not really working that well. We'll go for another thing. We'll chance our arm and we'll see what happens. So what we did was we said, fuck it, we'll try and find this magic oasis again of iron and aluminium where they meet. What I then found when I went and had a look at the guide is, they don't say this at any point during the video, but they put it in the text in the description, is that you specifically need to find the mountain and crater biome where they meet together. Now, that does not necessarily mean it is exactly on the map where they are closest. It's just kind of a general idea. So we did a bit of poking around in about 3 or 4 different squares and eventually found one where we found the meeting of crater and mountains. Which then, after about maybe 5 to 10 minutes of looking in that biome, we found an aluminium and an iron vein, which is of course behind us by the monolith. So the original one, which took forever to set up, effectively is now redundant because it was an inefficient way of doing it in the first place. We've actually managed to get down to the 900 aluminium left as well. I don't know if anyone saw that. We've managed to break into the 1,000 that we had. But the TLDR is the original one, yes, took forever, but this one is significantly faster because we can now just wait 24 hours, and instead of getting 500 XP, we get like 5,000. So we've pretty much like 10x the amount of XP we're getting, and thus we can smash levels. Like, we've been doing this particular one from, I think, the first level we gained was at 27 past. Something like that. We're obviously just coming up to 56, so that would be exactly 30 minutes, and we started at level 66. So yes, we're not like really far now, but we've also been revving that up as we've been going to the point where we're now getting the consistent quick leveling. So we've increased the method like exponentially the more we've done it, and therefore increased the speed. Leave the hydrate ball on the boop shags. How you doing, dude? Hey there, how are we doing? Much better now, I've got to be honest. Not gonna lie, Shags, the start of stream today, the first like half a stream was rough, mate. Because nothing about like the stream or anything, or you guys, but yeah, the leveling method that we found, basically we couldn't find the area where we needed to set up what we needed, which I'd elected to do on stream because I was like, well, it's going to be really quick for us to do this method anyway. I'll set it up on stream so everyone sees what I'm doing. Maybe I should have just done it off stream. It would have been easier to find the setup for the mines. But so we eventually found a method, or we found a spot where we think we could do the mines, had to set up a cargo link between them, which then added loads of time to the run. So we basically spent the first 2.5 hours of the stream or so, and we maybe did 1 level. And I thought, this is dire, mate. We've got to figure something out. So I said to Bol, who's like my advisor on these things, I said, Bol, should we chance our arm or should we stick with this? And he said, maybe take like 30 minutes, which is about the leveling time for 1 level, and see how far, if you can find this double resource vein within 30 minutes. Which we did, because we found out that specifically where we were looking, which we'd been told to in the video, was kind of the wrong spot. And so the double resource vein necessarily wouldn't spawn where they said it would. it spawns in a general location vaguely nearby, but not necessarily as close as they were saying. The person basically said it will spawn in the mountains, or like at the mountains effectively on the biome. Just go near where the aluminium and the iron meets and it'll spawn in the mountains, right? That didn't happen. It has to be specifically where the crater biome and mountain biome meet, which was not that spot. In our case, I'll show you exactly. I'll show you, like, this is the discrepancy of where it was, right? So the guy, no hate to the guy on the video or anything, but I think it's just one of those ones where either it's randomly generated or they were just off on where they said. They said, come here, this little gap here, land here, and you'll be able to run over to from here, basically, on the map, which is hard to navigate in the first place. But you'll spawn around here, and you'll be able to head over here, and about this point here, you'll find both of them. This is the aluminium, this is the iron in the red, and the aluminium's the dark green. You'll find a point here, roughly in between, where you can get both of them, right? That's where we are, down here. Much bigger gap, much further away, not touching either of the resources. Look how far away that iron is. But that's where we found it. So we basically just went, fuck it, we'll try and find an area where we can find the crater in the mountain in this sort of C shape. And then we eventually found it. So, yeah. Oh, we need to sleep again, don't we? Bit of a disaster. We wasted a ton of time, essentially, and then made up a load of time. So with this, it's kind of a race now of, like, can we finish before the end of the stream? We've got just over an hour. Well, we have an hour exactly, basically. And we're at level 75. So we've got 25 levels to do. Probably 24 by the time the BRB starts, because it's 2.5 minutes. So I can probably do another dump and then hop back into bed for another 24-hour wait while the BRB's going. So I reckon we can probably be at 76, 24 levels to go, which means we need to do about a level just around the level between every 2 and 3 minutes, which I think is pretty doable. So even if we take a few minutes extra on top of the normal stream time, yes, we may get it done. And it's incredibly relieving to feel that, because for about the first 2.5 hours of the stream, it looked like we were going to get to maybe level 75 if we were lucky, and it would have even been slower than last week. And you know, Shags, because you were here for that, last week was absolutely painful, wasn't it? You know how bad last week was. So I was a little bit mentally broken at that point, because I thought, oh, we're not going to get anywhere near it. Think we can do it? I'm glad. I'm glad. Having a ball last week. I missed what you said as well when you came in, Shags, because I was explaining stuff. So I was explaining the method to Duke. Well, I'll go back and read that in a minute. I didn't mean to miss all that. But yeah, it's kind of funny though. I ran a poll and I was like, let's do a poll and see what everyone says. I was like, when we first set up our method, I'll show you what we built as well, Shags. I'll give you the room tour quickly. But before we built our mass storage solution, we had like a little baby one. And I was like, yeah, okay, this is going to go fairly quick. But how many people think we're going to do it? We had one in the poll who said, yes, we will finish it in time. And one person said no. And I'd like to hope that we've convinced the believers at this point that we can actually do this. Or the non-believers even. We've convinced the non-believers that it is indeed possible for us to get this done in time. As you can see, there's another level. That's 76. I'll show you what we built, Shags. It's a bit of a monstrosity. So basically the thing we have is we have 6 extractors and we didn't have enough storage. So we built a solution. Solution number 1 is over there. It's a long snake. As you can see, long old snaker boxes. That's our storage boxes for the iron extraction, I believe. And then, if you look behind me, we built this. We've built a skyscraper out of storage boxes, which allows us to essentially grab about a good few thousands worth at a time. in terms of points there. So we're able to get quite a significant amount of stuff going at the same time now, whereas before we weren't able to. Yeah. Let me scroll up real quick and read what you said as well. Oh my. OBS is lagging a bit. Oh, there we go. Doing good. Had lunch with an old friend and caught up. Ayo, sounds like fun. Nice to see, Shax. Nice to see. I'm glad you had a nice time out. While this is going, I will go for the BRB because I should stretch my legs. So I'll change screens and I'll put the lo-fi on. But we've got 24 levels to go and we have an hour basically. Maybe the BRB's time will be crucial and we'll run out of time because we did a BRB. Oh my god, wouldn't that be terrible? Dude, if we found this like 20 minutes earlier, we'd have been finished. We'd easily make it, so I don't know. But I'm going to go stretch my legs for a minute and then we'll come back, alright? So BRB everyone, back in a few. We're back and we're not wasting any time. We're straight into it. Actually, you know what we will do though? We'll quickly drop a save. Drop a quick save. We're straight back into it. We haven't got time to waste here. Alright. We're against the clock. You know what? I'm going to keep the lo-fi in the background. Why not? We're against the clock here, everybody. We've got 24 levels and we've got 53 minutes to do it. So we're going to have to be quick with this. The method itself is already fairly fast. I did see that with the other method, if we'd have gone and done it, which we potentially could have done, but it would have just been more setup and whatnot. Supposedly you can get 5,000 XP a minute, but actually I think roughly we're probably on fairly close with being on par with that, with the amount of resources we're getting. So I don't know. Could I go build more storage and make this even more efficient? Probably. Or at least not more storage, but more resource extractors. Yes. I don't have enough copper to power them. I could probably build turbines maybe, but I don't know if I could build those because I didn't see if I had any resources for it. But to be honest, I think we're efficient enough for now. It'll be interesting, though, to see if we can actually make it in time. Even the welcome back, Shag, as well. And welcome back, everyone, from the BRB, of course. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. And for all of the various bits in stream today, the stream streaks, the subs, the redeems, all of that type of stuff. Of course, tomorrow, remember, is the last day of April. So it is the last day to get any last little bits in if you want to do anything. Probably also as well, I'll say it anyway, even though it makes me die on the inside mentioning it. But, Throne, if anyone does buy anything at this point, it might well be too late to open it in the event of Thursday's stream. So, yeah. If anyone does anything on that, which you're not obligated to do, nor should anyone really do, but if you really want to, you probably don't have time to get it opened on stream on the day anymore. So, it's up to you if you want to do anything. Your money at the end of the day, right? You wants to buy your favorite streamer in the whole world, Notorious TSG, a little birthday gift. You can. But don't get me wrong, I won't be offended if you don't. No, I will be. I'll be incredibly offended. Be like, these motherfuckers I've streamed for 4 goddamn years. Didn't buy me a birthday gift. But I'll be like, be fuming. I won't. I've never been like that. Never expect anything from you guys. That sounds bad in itself, innit? Never expect anything from you lot either. Fuck you. But no, I never expect anyone to spend money or anything for the stream, so. As I say, it's completely up to you if you want to, but I can absolutely tell you for sure I don't expect nor, you know, want anyone to feel like they should. Maybe cheeky, and if you're at like level 95 by the time we're about to end, keep going till we finish. Yes, probably. Depends how close we are. I think we will be in that sort of like 5 levels range. We probably will, yeah. But I'm gonna back myself and say maybe we can somehow squeak it so that we can actually get done before then. But we'll see. Guten Morgen. 11 p.m. I'm not sure it's the morning anymore, right? I don't think it's the morning for you either, right? Because you're from the US, presumably. And in the event that it is, the like furthest behind time zone you could be on is -8 hours, so it would be 3 p.m. How does that work? How is it a good morning? It feels like I've been up about, I don't know, 10 years at this point. Morning somewhere, innit? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, to be fair. Send a little birthday gift to streamer. I mean, you can if you really want to. As I say, I'm not too worried about it. Obviously, I appreciate people that do things like that. You know, in the same way that I appreciate everyone who, like, has ever gifted a sub to the channel or whatever, but I'm not going to get bent out of shape if people don't. You know, obviously it's a very nice thing when it happens, but yeah. When it comes to like Throne, bits, donos, subs, gift subs, primes, whatever, I never expect anyone to do anything, so it's a nice surprise when, you know, I do get something. Wait, you never expected anything from us? Yeah, I never expected anything from you fucking cheapskates. Yeah, no. No, I mean, like, when I say I never expected anything, like, there's never any, like, I mean, you know how I am. There's never any, like, pressure or any obligation to feel like you should gift subs or sub or prime or anything like that. You know? Which is what it should be like. If you want to, at the end of the day, I can't stop you. And I'm glad that you, I guess, enjoy the stream and the community enough to warrant doing it. But, yeah, no one should ever feel like they should or need to. You never need to sub to watch this stream. And you never will. All the VODs. I know some people put, like, sub-only VODs, but I'll never do that. I mean, if people want, like, free offline ways while I'm not live of supporting the stream, you can always chuck the VODs on in the background if you're a non-sub or something. VODs do generate ad revenue, so you can just stick a like lurk tab on a VOD if you really wanted to, I guess, if you wanted to help support the stream that way as well. If you were busy playing games or something and you had nothing to do. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you guys just do whatever you want, you know. You don't even have to come here and watch the stream. Be a bit counterproductive considering some of you are subscribed and have followed the channel for ages, but you know. I suppose that's one thing I'll never get really is notifications. People who just instantly switch them off. I always find it a little odd because it's like, if you follow someone, presumably it's because you want to catch them live again, but then switching their notifications off is a bit counterintuitive for doing that, right? Because like, I think this is an interesting stat for you all. I think it tells you this at the end of every stream, if you have a look at it, and every once in a while I'll have a little poke in there. I think over 50%, nearly 60% of the people who follow this channel have notifications switched off. Which is kind of crazy, right? Just to think about. So that like 60% of the people, nearly 2/3 of the community, don't want to know when I'm live. I think in some cases, if you haven't been in the stream for a long time, it auto switches it off, but still, it's just kind of like, damn. Didn't know about that. Sounds like a plan for off days. It only works though, of course, Shags, in the event that you're not subbed, because if you're subbed, you don't get ads on anything, right? But in the event that anyone's like not subscribed, I don't know. I'm not saying you should do this, but I can't tell you with a huge level of certainty whether, for example, if you went into a private tab where you were not signed in, whether it would do that or not, because you wouldn't be subscribed. I'm not telling you whether you should or should do that or not, obviously, and I don't know if it works, but all I'm going to say is it probably does. Well, I mean, that's for you proper diehards, you know? Just kind of Spiritomb, let's go. Oh yeah, that's probably the one on the side of Glacido Mountain. That one's, it's one of the few Spiritombs that spawns in that game. It's really rare for some reason. I mean, I guess it's a rare mon, but still. Follow too many channels to keep notifications for some streamers on, but for the rest. I mean, that's fair enough though, Vol. But I suppose then I know the logic that I could come back and counter with is, but if you follow so many people though, do you watch all the people you follow? I know literally nobody in the history of Twitch actually does that, where they watch literally every single person they've ever followed. Because some people stop streaming, some people stream at weird times, whatever. But, yeah. Ready for tank fact of the day. But it's Starfield day, though. You gotta give us a spaceship fact of the day instead. Can't be giving us no tank facts on Starfield day, you know? That's just sacrilegious. We need, like, galactic science, space age science fact of the day is what we need. That's what we need. Firstly, I keep them on for a few channels, but most notifications do get me some anxiety. Interesting. Useful to know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess with me, it's like, I just find it a little odd, I guess, with my way of interpreting it, you know? Too bad. Banned. You're gonna get upped, Calga fan. You're gonna get upped. I'm telling you, you're gonna get upped. Queue it up. Someone queue it up. Get that exclamation mark up ready. No one else is on. I'll scroll through, see who's playing what, catch some streamers. There's exclamation mark up if no one's seen it before. I don't think you have, because I don't think it's been used yet. That's exclamation mark up. Its purpose is to remove paragraphs from the screen. If you ever get like an actually come in and be like, actually, and then hit you with like a whole wall of text, is you just do exclamation mark up and just banish it from the screen in one command. So it's so big, the command, that it actually goes onto a second line, as you can see, where the second stream elements message pops up just to say up one more time. Crazy, isn't it? Certain streamers I enjoy depending on what they're playing. That's fair enough, you know. I think it's a general thing, though, when it comes to people on Twitch, is that everyone has a follower list or following channels list. You know what I mean? That's like bloated beyond the people that you watch, right? Like everybody has loads of people they follow that probably haven't watched for a while. I mean, in my case, it's more of like one of those things where I used to follow a lot more people because I was a lot more involved in Twitch. So these days I still have a lot of people followed, but I don't necessarily watch Twitch very much. Like, I'll lurk the odd bit every now and again, but I'm not like going out of my way necessarily to outright watch things anymore. For various reasons with that, though, right? Like, some people you just, you know, they change times. Some people change days they stream on. Sometimes people do whatever. Some people fall out of favor for certain reasons. You know. Those people, to be honest, I tend to unfollow more than anything else because it just gets a little annoying. Kind of depends. Like, you'll just get some people who'll kind of just constantly do things that are a bit vaguely annoying, so I'll just leave myself or whatever, you know. Or, like, as a general rule of thumb as well, I will usually try, if I can, to keep up a little better with streamers that come and say hi in here as well, you know. Like, if there are people who I actively see in here come in and chat and stuff every now and again, I'll always try and, you know, almost give them, like, a little bit extra effort to try and make sure that I go and, you know, just for the sake of being nice and supporting a fellow person who's also doing the same for me, I'll try and, you know, go and drop a lurk over there or go and chat with them for a few minutes if I can, just to, you know, help them out as well. Space fact, nice. You know that some spaceships in orbit actually can reach a speed of 17,500 miles an hour? Did not know that. That's interesting, isn't it? I'm glad we now know this space fact. Let's get all the rank 1 skills, shall we? Geology. Wow. That is a lot of miles per hour. Exactly, man. That's many, many miles per hour right now. Yeah, that's interesting insight, though, from you guys about the notifications. I suppose it's just one of those things where it's like, obviously, when it comes to me, I'm just going to look at things based on my own perspective because I don't know how anyone else thinks, nor do I tend to guess how other people think at this point. Because every time I do, it turns out they'll just do the most wildly unexpected thing possible. So I just assume. Now, tank fact. Up. That's getting upped. I told you you'd get upped if you put that tank fact in the chat. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Dude, no one listens to me, dude. I'm supposed to be the streamer and no one fucking listens to me. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. You're all here just to hang out amongst yourselves. I just exist. You're all here to just chat with yourselves. Aren't you? You're not even here for me. I'm just the meeting place. None of you are actually here to watch me. You're all just here to come and be shitters amongst yourselves. Cause trouble. That's all you're here for. You're here to be a nuisance. Like the brew box, then? Yeah, the brew box is a pretty cool thing, though, isn't it? At least I didn't forget your birthday in 2 days. What do you mean it's in 2 days? It's in 3 days. Missed it for bowl and missed... Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Everyone has their favorites in chat, right? I don't pick favorites because I'm not allowed to as the streamer, of course. For me, it's in 2 Thursday, right? Don't worry about it, Calgo fan. I'm just gonna laugh to myself about that one. I'm memeing it is in 2 days. For reference, though, England is in a time zone further ahead than where you are in the US. So for me, it's also still Thursday, but it's nearly Wednesday, which would technically mean it would be 1 day until the birthday rather than 2 or 3. I was just being annoying. What I do. I feel like, though, no, I will say, Shags, you kind of are onto something there, though. I feel like some people will disagree with me on this. I don't know. I think that sometimes you can watch a person for the fact that they're a streamer, right? And you can enjoy watching the streamer. But also, you can enjoy a stream a lot more if you also gel well with a chat. Like, I'm not going to say who, but I know that there's someone who I've talked to. They're not talking about this stream, just so everybody knows. But I know that there's someone who I've talked to in this stream who frequents it, who I've talked to before, and they've said, yeah, I really like this community. Some of the people that I enjoy watching, I'm really fucking off-put by their communities, and it makes me kind of not enjoy it quite as much. Because I think I've personally experienced that as well, where there are people that I'm friends with who, you know, you kind of, communities ebb and flow, and there's been times where certain people have been around that are genuinely kind of off-putting. While hang on, I need to address something as well, just really quickly. We need to go into serious mode for a minute here. All right, everybody, serious mode. Put your serious hats on, because I've put mine on here. While I appreciate the fact that this is a really good thing that's happened for you, Duke, I will say this is the 3rd time in a week that I have asked you to stop talking about it, please. Because it does feel a little bit like you're rubbing it in everyone's face now, and it's getting a little aggravating, so please stop fucking talking about it. While I know you're probably excited and it's something like that, there's a lot of people struggling in the world, and there's a lot of people who struggle who come in this stream, and basically coming in 3 or 4 times a week and going, haha, I'm gonna get 1 million, is a little bit of a slap in the face to those people. So please don't do that again. This is the 3rd time I've said about it in the last week. You won't get many more chances before I just time it out if I see it, alright? I don't often bring up stuff like this, but particularly when it comes to money, there's something that's happened in the stream before a long time ago that really rubs me the wrong way when people bring it up. Okay? So we do not talk about that here. Please acknowledge the fact that you heard and understood what I said. Because that's another thing that aggravates me a little bit, is if I ask someone about something not to do something and they completely ignore it and move on like nothing happened. Could do with a hot chocolate right now, to be fair. Think about it this way, a while ago I had no perspective of getting paid anytime soon. Reading stuff like this could have upset me back then. Same, dude. I don't say it to be a dick. I say it for the reason of we've had someone we've had someone a long time ago who was part of the community who used to commonly come in and flex how much money they spent on Twitch every month. Right? This was a long time ago. Old member of the community. Used to come in every month and talk about how many 1,000 bits they were going to spend every month on Twitch, and how they could easily spend 1,000 plus every month if they wanted to. I'm not going to out the person, and I know that basically no one here will know it anyway, but all I'm going to say is that person at one point was a mod. let's just say it didn't last long after that. But yeah, it's one of the few things that I don't tolerate very much in stream is talking about money in that sense. We can obviously have a conversation about it that doesn't involve talking about how much people earn. And for example, if I approach someone with it, like Undo, when he said he was getting a, you know, promotion out of his traineeship, and I go, oh, does that mean you're getting a bit of a pay bump and stuff like that? You know, nice to hear about. But in certain circumstances, it can be quite off-putting to see that in chat, and it can make people quite, I mean, it can make people pretty depressed reading stuff like that, you know? As I say, I don't think it comes from a place of bad will. I think it's you're just excited about the thing that's going to happen, which is quite frankly a life-changing thing, and it's great for you considering what happened, but, you know, just please be respectful of everybody else's feelings as well, because it is quite uncomfortable. And as someone who also doesn't live on a huge amount of money, to the point where I have struggled a number of times financially in my life, including still to this day, I don't really want to see that, to be honest, because it makes me quite angry seeing that. And I wouldn't have said anything if it wasn't the third time within a week that I've had to address it. So please listen if I ask you not to do something in the future. Because I'll tell you now, I'm not this lenient with everybody. But you've not given me any reason before this point to be hard on you about anything. Remember them? It was awkward as fuck. Yeah, it was, Shags. It was really bad. I'll tell you for a fact, Shags, when that happened last time, the person with the bits where they were talking about how much they spent on Twitch every month, I had multiple DMs from people in the community afterwards complaining about it. I spoke to the person afterwards, though. We hashed it out. I put it in the rules to say we ain't going to do that anymore, and they never did it again. It's all I can ask for. But yeah, it's something that hits quite close home, like quite close to home for me and for a lot of people, so it does piss me off. Nox, you okay? You sound a little off. Need to take a... I'm fine, Calga fan. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I just needed a little vent about something there. Which, I'm not going to lie, will probably come up again, and I'll have to address probably in a few days. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I have to address it again, though. Then I ain't even going to bother saying anything. I'm just going to hit one of the mod buttons instead. I'm sick of dealing with the same shit over and over. As a streamer, he's protective of his community. Yeah, I am. See, the thing is, it's different, right? Because, like, it's hard in some situations to fight battles for other people because you don't know how other people feel and what other people are like, right? In the sense of, say someone said something that was like, I don't know, it kind of in an obvious sense. Say someone came in and said something that was like offensive for someone interpreted as offensive for a certain reason, right? If it didn't necessarily offend me specifically, I'm never going to necessarily know how to fight that battle specifically, right? Because it doesn't necessarily affect me in the same way that it might the other person. So it might fly over my head, but the other person doesn't like it, right? But then there are some things, like in this particular case, which I can talk about myself, because as someone who both has in the past and life in general isn't exactly financially sound, it's one of those things that hits a little close to home for me when people talk about it. It frustrates me a lot. I think that there's also this naivety I think that certain people have about streamers on Twitch as well, where you see things like, I talked about this I think I talked about this the other day. There's a streamer who used to play a lot of Siege, I think he still does, who's really popular. He's a massive streamer on Twitch at the minute, one of the top people on the platform, called Jinxie. And he ended up posting a picture of his earnings on Twitch from 1 month a couple of weeks ago. That man earned 420,000 in 1 month. And I think sometimes there is this assumption from a lot of casual people who don't spend a lot of time on the platform that basically everybody who streams makes tons and tons of money. And from my own experience, not only of my own channel, but of just knowing a little bit about the back end in general, 99% of the money made on Twitch is made by the top 1% of people, and the rest kind of just filters down. You know? So, yeah. Sometimes if you have a lot of people that don't have necessarily other options, like potentially someone who might be physically disabled and unable to go out and get a job for certain reasons, and therefore becomes a streamer, I think sometimes people think that they are able to make thousands every month and do really, really well for themselves, and it's simply not the case unless it's kind of the right, perfect recipe for success. Don't worry, you're human. If you need to take a break, take one. I know, Calga fan. I will go and take a break if I need one, alright? I am a functioning adult, and I am able to make those decisions for myself, alright? If I wanted to step away, I'd step away. But this is something that I'm not going to step away on, because it's important for me to get my point across. I'm not going to lie either. I'm not sure if Duke's still here or not, but the fact that he didn't even say anything after I said that pisses me off a little bit as well. So I hope he does hear that, to be honest. I appreciate if when I call someone out for doing something in chat, they at least acknowledge the fact they've done it and apologize, rather than just either leave or not say anything. And I understand some people might get a bit embarrassed because they've just been called out in chat. But it shows that you have quite a lot of balls if you actually acknowledge it and admit the fact you're wrong, rather than pulling a fucking cinder from earlier in the week and just shift the blame to someone else or don't acknowledge it at all. Even getting to a state in which you get paid is challenging for streamers, let alone getting paid a lot in cash. Tell me about it, man. I say that. I had an easier road to affiliate than most people, but I can tell you for a fact that, like, most streamers don't make all that much money. Like, I'll be straight up with you all right now, because I'm all about honesty and stuff here. If you want to look at the amount of money that I make on Twitch, I'm not going to say the exact amount because I think it's not the place to do that. But if I said, just in general on Twitch, the amount of money that I make very little after breaking even for paying the stuff that I need for stream every month, being stuff like the music, the games pass, and the things like that, so that we need those to function stream. I do not make a huge amount on top of that every month. You know? And I think some people would look at me and think, wow, he's relatively successful. Been at it for a while, he's got a decent community, he's got a few subscribers, got a few people giving bits, all that type of stuff, which is great. You know, and I think sometimes, and I've been guilty of doing this as well, I think sometimes on Twitch it's very easy to forget the scope of the platform and to look at it, and to look at someone like me, or for me to look at myself and go, I'm not very successful. Because you always look up, you never look down, do you? In these situations, you always look up and you look at the people who have thousands and thousands of subs and thousands of viewers, and you go, actually, in comparison to them, I'm fucking tiny. But then what you forget is, for all of those people that are out there, how many thousand streamers are there on Twitch with 1 viewer or 0 viewers or non-affiliate or whatever, you know? So a lot of people would probably look at me and consider me rather successful when it comes to Twitch in general. But even me, as someone who could be put in the band of relatively successful, I'm not no millionaire, you know? And, you know, Twitch always goes through rough patches here and there. Sometimes I have months where I do a little better. Sometimes I have months where I do a little worse. If I have a month where I do a little worse, I just buy less stuff off stream. If I have a month where I do a little better, usually I end up saving it, because maybe I'll be able to use it for something in the future. But yeah, any sponsors we ever do, 90% of the money usually goes back towards stream, and some of it goes towards my own personal stuff if I need things for it. You know? A good example being the first ever big Pokemon stream we did. Literally, that was funded by the sponsor we did. which was insane. I think I was... Which one was that we did? Which... Oh, that was the Fleet Command one. In the case of Strike Force, the one that we just did, I'll tell you exactly where the money's going, just so you know, for transparency's sake. Not that it's anyone's business other than my own, but you know what I'm like here. I'm about honesty and transparency. And I'll tell you exactly now, the money from Marvel Strike Force that I'm getting for the sponsor that we did, which again, I'm not going to say how much it is. It's not... We're not talking 4 digits here, just so everybody knows, all right? It's just to show the scope of what we're talking. We're not into 4 digits. But for the sake of that, what that money is going towards is making sure I don't run out of money when I take my 2 weeks away in June. Because if everybody remembers, with my current situation that I live in, Twitch is the only place that I actually make any income from. And so being gone for 2 whole weeks during the summer is not necessarily the best financial decision for me. And so, it's not all of it, but some of the money for Strike Force that I haven't been paid for yet, it should be coming in about the next week, will be going towards mitigating the financial loss that I take when I take 2 weeks away from stream. Albeit it's in June, which is usually financially and viewership-wise for Twitch, if you didn't know, one of the lower parts of the year, because it's the summer and people go outside and touch grass, so less people are about, go figure. But, yeah, it's... You know, it's to cut my losses, if you will. Otherwise, I'd be in a bit of a hole. Even getting into the state in which you can get... Oh, I already read that, didn't I? Everyone gets embarrassed, but you acknowledge it and then move on. Exactly. So what's that rule I always say about? I'll treat everyone like adults as long as they behave like it. If I call you out for something, just acknowledge it and move on. Everybody forgets about it. People always remember the ones that don't. Finally figured out how to get more Pokeballs. Oh yeah, you can do it in the panel below, yeah. Or you can do /Pokeshop and then I think put the amount you want in, I believe. Getting to this point takes a lot of work. It does, yeah. But also, right, like, I'm not going to beat around the bush when it comes to it. There are a lot of people that have put in significantly less time, and there are people that have put in significantly more time than me. Some people I'm sure have put in way more time than me and have never gotten as far as I've got. And then there's some people who've put in significantly less time, not effort, keep in mind, but way less time than me, and I've gotten 10x further where I've gone in 4 years. It's just the way it is. Some of Twitch is a lottery, some of it depends on your timing of things, some of it depends on who you are. I'm not an idiot. I know that there are some people out there, forever couple of people there are that like me. I'm sure there's someone that comes into stream and goes, ugh, this guy fucking, what a dick. And doesn't like me. And that's fine. That doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered that there are people out there in the world that dislike me, because regardless of what I do, there are always people who are going to dislike everything for no reason. You know? There was it's kind of a stupid quote, but there was something that I saw once that someone said, which is they said, you could be the sweetest peach in the world, but unfortunately not everyone out there likes peaches. You know? You could be an absolute peach of a peach. Best tasting peach you've ever had. Some people just don't like peaches, you know, and that's fine. It doesn't bother me. Sure, would I love it if everyone liked me in the world? Yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it? I wouldn't ever have any problems, but that's the life I've lived. Even when I was a kid, man, there's loads of people that didn't like me. That's just how I live life. It doesn't really bother me all that much. I've never really been one for living and dying by other people's view of me. Albeit there's some views I care about more than others, right? Like there's some people who you'll get a message from or something and you're like, damn. Some crazy cool person that I kind of look up to, or do look up to, you know, acknowledges my existence, let alone says something nice about me. Like Jay's a good example, someone like that, right? Like if you look at Jay's a wildly successful streamer these days and does incredibly well for herself, and I'm very proud of that, because I don't want to be that guy, but I got in and I knew Jay before she hit the big leagues, right? I was in there in the early days, the sub 500 followers. I was in there, all right. Albeit it was because of Dev, to be fair, originally, but like, you know, me and Jay kind of, I'm not exactly a hugely talkative person. Everybody knows I'm quite quiet. And I think Jay's kind of vaguely similar, maybe. So we don't talk a huge amount, you know? But every once in a while, she'll say something in the Discord server, or she'll send me a message, or reply on Twitter. And I'm just like, damn, I got some really fucking cool people that I've met that, you know, I kind of look up to in a lot of ways that are looking out for me. So that helps to mitigate the, you know, feeling that there are some people out there who just fucking despise me for no reason. There are some people out there who don't like me because of people I'm friends with. I know there's a large group of people out there who don't like me because of, you know, one person I'm friends with, because of something that happened years ago that some of those people still won't let go. Not everyone, some of them have. Some of them I've, you know, I'm still fine with. But I know that there are people out there that still hold on to shit from years and years ago that's irrelevant and didn't really matter at the time. And just because of that, purely because I'm friends with someone, they don't like me, which is fine, you know? Kind of just shows really in a lot of cases how much it was worth in the first place if people like that throw you away. It's an interesting thing there, right? I'll thank you for the whales, Calga fan. I'll do that in a second. But it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Is what's been exposed this week with stuff that's happened in the VTuber community. There's been a big person who's been outed as a bit of a backstabber, who was, according to what had been posted anyway, had been sabotaging other people's careers, essentially, or trying to behind the scenes because they were far too competitive, and even though they were significantly successful themselves, still felt threatened by these other individuals, who they were friends with, keep in mind, and profited from and used as stepping stones on the ladder. But one thing that I think it might actually do is make people think twice in a lot of cases about the type of people that they actually become friends with. It's kind of sad in a way. Because there are a lot of good people out there. And I've met many, many good people, you know? I've met some really cool people over the time I've been there. Some of those people I still talk to. Some of those people I've fallen out with. Or fallen out of favour with. Or, you know, just don't see around anymore. They've moved on. There's a lot of cool people out there, you know? And, yeah, I'm lucky to have met some of them. Let me get that whales going. But, you know, equally, there's also people out there that don't like me, as I say. If people don't like me, then people don't like me. There we go, 5 minutes on the clock as well. We'll go Welsh mode for a moment. Jay's cool as fuck. Yeah, she is, man. Jay's really cool. Jay's a good one, man. I'm lucky, very lucky that, very lucky that I, met Jay a long time ago, I think. She's just one of a number, right? There's other people, obviously, other than Jay, right? There's a lot of people that I've met that have been good ones, right? Whether they be, like, stuff like that. I think the other interesting thing that, you know, is an interesting one with Jay specifically, because I don't think I've necessarily met anyone else who's been quite on the same path that Jay's gone. Jay's one of the few people who has a level of success, but doesn't forget about the people who were around before it. But I think when it comes to things like streaming and YouTube and content creation and that type of stuff, I think there is a tendency from a lot of people to kind of forget where they came from and almost upgrade from their social group, if you will, that they're a part of. But I know she's not one of those people who does that, and I have a lot of respect for it. I've not met anyone who actually does that, in fairness, but I know it happens, because you see it sometimes where people, you know, people get exposed for something, and people come out of the woodwork to say about their experiences with them, but... yeah, I don't know, man. I'm very lucky that I met a good group of people over the time I've been a streamer, and a lot of them I've been very lucky to have their support over the years, you know, in more ways than one, you know, whether it be just, you know, the nice words and motivation, or, you know, in some cases raids and things like that I've been lucky enough to get. I mean, fucking hell, Wagnus, you want to talk about an absolute fucking legend over there. He hasn't streamed for a long time now, Mr. Wagnus, and it's a crying shame. I know he's obviously moved on in life, but the guy was an absolute legend, and do you know what, I couldn't have was going to say I couldn't have asked for more from the guy, but I mean, considering where he was and where I was a little baby streamer. I just started. Man was way bigger than I was. He treated me like an equal the entire time I ever talked to him, man. He's one of the realest people I ever met on Twitch. And he was an absolute legend. He really was. You know, I mean, shit. My all-time record, which I'd like to think somewhere out there maybe I'll break one day, but I think that's more naivety than anything else. There's part of me that goes, you know what? I'd love to break my highest viewer, not average, well, average as well, I suppose. Highest viewer average and highest concurrent viewers ever in one stream, which happened because I got a double raid from Magnus. And I think it was Mel at the same time. And I peaked in this stream at one point at something like 350 viewers. I think about that and I go, holy fuck. At one point, there was that many people watching this stream. Crazy. But like stuff like that wouldn't have happened if I had never met any people like that. You know, I met a great community of people and a number of people who were very cool and incredibly good to me. And, you know, I try my best what I could to try and pay things back. But I always, you know, I always felt I struggled to do that a little bit because, you know, you're being given quite a lot and didn't necessarily have a huge amount to contribute back. But, you know, he was a fucking legend, that guy. And, you know, I'm lucky that I've met a number of people in that kind of vein and nature that have that, you know, have a lot of good bones in the body, and they'll help you out to sort things out, you know. There's a lot of people that have been good to me. A lot of people. Too many to name, quite frankly. You know, and I'd say the good outweighs the bad, don't get me wrong. But, you know, people these days, I don't know, I've pulled back a lot from where I once was, probably, as a social person on Twitch. But then at the same time, I suppose that's kind of a bad part of it, because I know a lot of people will suggest that realistically it's kind of impossible to become and grow as a streamer if you've got no friends, you know, if you're not being lifted up in a group. So I don't know, maybe I you know, kneecap myself a little bit doing that one, but I don't know. Whenever I started a couple of years ago, I never set out on the journey of playing games. When I played PUBG for the first time and said I was going to shove a frag grenade up Mirage's arse, I never, you know, the Wales is up, by the way, that was the 5 minutes. I never sat there and went, oh, maybe one day I'll be a huge streamer and I'll do all these crazy things and make millions of dollars, you know? But that wasn't me. I just kind of set out to play games and see what happened. I say I'm lucky that I've kind of done what I've done and made the progress I've made. You know? What's that for, Bo? What's that face for? Yeah. I've always been content with the level of success that I've had as a streamer, you know? Sure, would everyone love to be the next big thing? Probably. But I'm sure it comes with its own level of horrific parts as well, right? Having people scrutinizing you constantly. I'm sure it's awful. For any person in the public setting, you know? But at the same time, there are certain perks that come with it you wouldn't mind, would you? But, yeah, I don't know. I've never been one for the spotlight. But, like, even just me as a person, right? Like, I've shown my face. In 4 years of being a streamer, I've shown my face to 4 people. 4, maybe 5 people. That's it. Crazy, isn't it? If I remember rightly, I think the people that have seen my face long time ago was Vix, Bevan, Oreo, Elise. Maybe it's only 4, actually. Maybe it's only 4. I think it might only be 4. I think there's only 4 people who've ever seen my face. There you go. Nothing. You being sus there, Bo. What are you up to? I'd like to believe people would have more solidarity. I think so, Bol, but Shags. But I think the problem in that particular case with the apparent betrayal that happened in that case is everything I've seen. I never watched that person in particular. I'm not going to name drop them again because, I mean, I'm not about throwing people under the bus and all that. But that person in particular who rhymes with Tinder, everything I heard, like I saw in all those documents of people talking about them, essentially said that they were like one of the nicest people you'd ever go and talk to and you'd never have known. You know? Which I think sometimes goes to show that actually, yeah, you kind of have to be careful sometimes, because you don't always know the real version of someone, and sometimes people can be different in certain contexts. You know? Like even me, for a good example, like earlier on in stream, right? Like I'm someone who generally people would view as like pretty passive. Lets certain things go. Like I'm not just going to outright ban people immediately if they do something that I don't like. I'll probably talk to people about it first or whatever, or I'd even, in some cases, settle it off of stream. I'll let it sit and I'll just send them a message after stream and be like, can we not do this, please? But, as you saw earlier, sometimes you gotta bring that other side out, you know? You gotta bring that second face out, the angry one that's like, not gonna fuck around. Not like that all the time, but I've got it in the locker, right? Don't use it aggressively against people. I'm not out here ripping people's careers down. But, you know, you kind of don't know what people have got behind the closed doors sometimes. Not to say that I've come across anyone like that, you know? Well, I guess one person I did, but of course they, long time ago, they imploded their own shit and fucked off. But that was probably the definition of one of those people. Who was a very, like, nice to your face, but shit on you behind your back. But that person's gone a long time ago. And I don't reference them by name at all. I don't even really bring them up very often because I don't like talking about them, because they're not worth it. But yeah. Just goes to show, you know, that you can have people who you think are the nicest people in the world who could be, you know, plotting against you. So I suppose it's understandable if people took it as a stance of not being scared of the people around them, but kind of maybe taking a little bit of a, do I really know this person as well as I think I do, kind of thing. Like I'd like to think, well I say I'd like to think, I feel like most people who interact with me probably view me as a nice person, right? I was talking about it the other day in Oreo's stream. I was like, I think sometimes there is this, like, perception that people have about me that I'm, like, this nice little angel who's never done anything wrong in my life. And it's like, couldn't be further from the truth. Not a piece of shit, but, like, you know, I've made plenty of mistakes in my life. I'm not faultless. And I've had daggers pointed at certain people for a long time, you know? Like, there's certain people that probably, you know, would be quite surprised to find out about some of the people who maybe I wasn't necessarily the most fond of. Dating back very, very long ago now. But it's just the way it is, isn't it? That being said, I can vaguely dislike someone or distance myself from people, but also attempt to not destroy their careers. So, I mean, maybe that puts me a step above, right? Like, I can... Even if I decided I disliked someone out of nowhere, right? Like, someone did something and I just no longer wanted any association with them, I'll just fully step away from them, you know? Like, and just... I won't get involved in any of their business, because it's just... It's kind of what you do, you know? Just be like, yeah, I'm just not... Like, I'm obviously not... involved in certain like things or whatever anymore. I'm not gonna do whatever. But I'm not gonna go out of my way and shit talk people. Just stick to my own business, you know? And I hope people don't do the same about me if they don't like me. I'm sure someone does. There's probably someone out there who's right now who's like, this fucking guy in stream right now. Probably always is. Can hate people, but I keep it civil. Exactly, yeah. Like, same with me. I don't, like, outwardly hate people in a lot of cases. That's not to say that, like, I hate everyone here and I'm just not saying anything. Like, I feel like most people probably know if I fully dislike them. Because, like, most people, if I really don't like them, just they won't even get the time of day from me to the point where I just won't talk to them or anything either. You know? Like, in some cases, I just won't acknowledge their existence anywhere. Again, that more so just comes from a fact of, like, I'd rather... My general rule of thumb, if there's anyone I've ever had a bust-up with, and this comes down to, like... again, people from, like, long ago, this is a good example of that. If I ever have a bust-up with someone like that, in most cases, if we've gone our separate ways, I just prefer to not be involved at all anymore. For them not to talk about me, and for me not to talk about them. You know? I just view it as everybody's adults, it's a clean break, no one worries about each other anymore, and that's the end of it, right? And in the same way that, like, say, like with that situation that happened, there were people who were friends with said individual who still... That was a weird situation. There were people who disliked someone very close to me, and by proxy sort of vaguely disliked me at that point because I was friends with them. But then also still tried to be friendly with me sometimes. Again, all these people who I'm particularly talking about here, they all stopped a long time ago, and I'm quite glad of it. But who, like, for maybe a good, like, month or two afterwards would try and be, like, really friendly with me. Which was just kind of extra uncomfortable, because it's like, we tried burying one of my friends, and now you expect me to be friends with you. You know? One person in particular, who, again, I'm not going to name drop, but just to show you... I mentioned this the other day, actually, as well, in Oreo's stream. There was one person in particular, after an incident like that, who'd fallen out with another friend of theirs. And instead of doing the normal thing and being a normal person, they decided to come and try and be friends with me. Because they knew I didn't like that person, and they wanted to get some dirt on them. Look at that fucking high school drama way of thinking, dude. Not, I'll leave that person alone. It's, let me go and be friends with the person I know doesn't like them, because maybe they'll accept me now that we have a mutual person we don't like. Like, nope. I thought you were an asshole before, and I think you're an asshole still. Leave me the fuck alone. That person in particular actually came into stream one day, so they publicly tried to talk to me. So I decided to use what I like to call the banish button. The banish button, for anyone who doesn't know, is a tool on Commander Root which force unfollows people from the channel and means that they're effectively like shadow banned, so they can't see the stream anymore. And said person came into stream and tried to talk to me. But I knew that they were on the old shadow ban, so, you know, I just left it at that. Because they were trying to be a little bit ratty, and I did not like that. So they got the shadow ban from me. Also, we're not quite done here, obviously. We've still got like a few levels to go, but we are just going to do it. We're going to grind it out and smash them out, because we're close enough, right? And we're having a bit of a good vibe in time. I know we're ranting about stuff a little bit, but hey, that's part of a good stream sometimes, you know? Like in Asian cooking, where they have like the various different points of like sour, sweet, spicy, salty, all that. You got that in a stream as well, you know? Sometimes you gotta get the rant in there. Sometimes you gotta have the good vibes in there. Banging tunes, belter of a coffee, those types of things, you know? They're all components that make a good stream. Yeah, no, generally speaking, I don't really have many problems with many people. Like, if there's some people that I've had, like, not issues with, but, like, in some cases I've kind of, like, buried the hatchet and whatnot, you know? But, yeah. It's been a very long, like, thread of talking, hasn't it, for the last however long now. Can we sneak this level before the end of the XP grind? I will say, I think one thing that has happened, I'm not entirely sure if this is the case or not, this might just be like a placebo thing. I do feel like the leveling not has slowed down, but I think maybe the XP gain has gone up slightly. Because we are at level 89, right? So, like, we're not quite there yet. We still got 10 levels to go. But I do feel like maybe the required amount of XP has gone up ever so slightly. I could be wrong on that, though. Also switch screens for the BRB, I guess, while this is going on, because we're going to be going on for another little bit while we do these last few levels. So I can go do that real quick. I'll go stretch my legs and get some more water and things. I recommend everybody do the same if you have the opportunity to, and I'll be back in a minute, okay? BRB, everyone. Okay, BRB is over, everybody. We're back to business. Get going again. Don't know how many of these we've made now, but we have probably made like over 100,000 or something ridiculous. And we're about to get level 90. There you go, we've got level 90. So we're 10 levels away. I mean, we're just going to do this now. We're going to suck it up and we're going to finish it because why not? What could have made this faster? Maybe us adding some more storage boxes and doing even more XP would have potentially sped things up. I don't know. But hey, it is what it is. Thank you for the welcome back, Bol. The very apparent sip emote as well, of course, for going and getting a drink on the BRB. I did go and refill me water bottle. Because one of the most annoying things during the summer is when you have... Because... I guess it's generally not something that we do so much over here. I know in the US you guys do it a little more. We use ice in a lot of things. We don't tend to use ice all that much over here when it comes to drinks. So, like, I won't put ice in a water bottle or anything. But if I go and get my water and refill it, it will just be cold water. And then when I sit down, I've played like 20 minutes of the game. My water's already gone warm. So it can be a little unpleasant. So I usually do actually go and refill it as much as I can. Even just to top it up with a bit of cold every time I go and go for a BRB. So. Oh yeah, the XP gains have definitely increased. I can tell now. So I think if we'd have continued at the same XP gain that we were at before, I think we would have done it. They've definitely increased. My frame of reference for that is when we were doing it earlier on and we'd finished building our last lot of things to get to effectively 1 level per thing. We were doing like somewhere between 3/4 and 1 level. That little bit that we did there, that was like half a level, just about. More like a third to half a level. So we're the XP gain, or not XP gains have changed, but the XP requirements per level have probably increased. Hence why we're slower now leveling up. Welcome back, Shelley. Welcome back, my dude. Good to see ya. Thanks for the hydrate again, Mo. Needed that. We're getting on fairly well, Shayla. We're on the final 10. Level 90. So technically, whoever doubted and said we weren't going to make it, you were actually right. However, I will say that is because it does look like they upped the XP requirement rather than like our method just not being fast enough. It seems like that as you get higher up into the levels, probably every 10 or something, it increases the XP thresholds. Obviously, we're still getting like 5,000 or whatever it is each time, but we probably need more like 6,000 or 7,000 now to level up, maybe, whereas before we were looking at maybe 4,000, 5,000. So we're still, I mean, that being said, this is still going relatively quickly, and actually it has to be said, considering we've been doing this method for an hour and a half, maybe? We've done like 30, close to 30 levels, which is not bad, really, when you think about it. Sure, could it have been faster? Probably, but then when you average it out, doing that many in that amount of time is not bad. If it wasn't bad enough, insist on doing that as well. Yeah, honestly, man. Honestly. There's 91. I also decided, as you probably saw in the inputs, to just switch straight to mouse and key as well. Just purely rather than switching back to controller for the other inputs, because it's just quicker. We have 9 levels and then we're finished with Starfield, everybody, and then we can play Oblivion next week. Which I'm actually quite excited about, because I actually don't remember. I don't know when it was I played Oblivion. It was after Skyrim had come out, because I played Skyrim, thought it was great, and went, oh, this Oblivion will probably be great as well, right? Because it's made by the same folks. Made by Bethesda, it'll be amazing. And I played it, and I probably didn't like Oblivion as much as I liked Skyrim, but that more so came down to me just being one of those people who, sometimes if I go back and play older games with worse graphics, it puts me off a little. But I think I was put off a little on Oblivion because the graphics were, at the time when Skyrim came out, a little bit shit. Same with like Fallout 3. When I went and played Fallout 3, it was like the graphics weren't great and it put me off a little. But the thing with Fallout 3 is Fallout 4 had never come out, so I hadn't played that first, and it, yeah. I guess it didn't skew my view a little, but yeah. How are you guys all doing as well? How are you all holding up? You all doing good? Enjoyed the little rant earlier, did you? And whatnot? Been a day, hasn't it? Been a day. I gotta be honest though, I know it's like we haven't done anything crazy here, nor have we actually achieved our goal yet. But I do have to say, I think this is probably one of the biggest like stream day turnarounds I've ever seen. When you look at last week's Starfield stream, and then you look at the first like half of this stream today, which again, admittedly, if we'd have locked this method down sooner and we'd have found the place we needed to, we'd have obviously been done like an hour ago, probably. But we aren't, so I mean, that's not the reality of the situation. But still, it's been like the biggest turnaround ever. And like halfway through stream today, I was like, dude, I'm gonna uninstall this fucking game if leave it with one achievement. That's how frustrated I was. Even the Nox Cat, Bruised. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for being here as well, everybody. I think I said that a minute ago, but either way, I'm going to say it again. Thanks for being here. You lot being part of the community, coming here, hanging out and stream, fucking legends. There you go. I said it. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting. And in the case of some of you guys who've been around for a long time, thanks for never giving up hope. I know we've had some damp patches here and now on stream's life cycle. We've had some summers and some winters that have been fucking miserable. But a lot of you are, well, you're still here. So through it all, through the good and the bad, even some of you haven't been here all that long. Like Bol, you're a good example of that, right? The year since you've been around, I don't mean this, Bol, is to say you're a problem. You've caused this by anyway. But, like, you know, the year since you've been around, Bol, I wouldn't exactly say it's been my finest year of streaming. You know? So, you've put up with a lot. There's been a lot of low-quality stuff. There's been a lot of me not really going up my best, I think. I feel like Oblivion looked shit at the time. Characters, at least. Everyone's face has been attacked by bees. Yeah, the faces did look odd. But I'm looking forward to the new one, though. I think it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to the Oblivion NPC music as well. That's what I want. I want the NPC music everywhere, following me around. Sometimes, I'll let you in on a little secret, everybody. Let you in on a little secret. Sometimes I read something in chat and the Oblivion NPC music plays in my head. I just struggle to comprehend what it is someone said sometimes, and I just hear that music and I'm just like, huh? You know? Used to happen a lot in Pokemon where someone would just like come in and say something random and I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, what? That was a long time ago now, wasn't it? Ain't it crazy to think I haven't streamed a Pokemon game since yeah, well, it's before Christmas, wasn't it? Before Christmas. Not been the best year for me either, so to be a bit rude for me to judge when you aren't having a good day. That's fair, Bol, that's fair. I guess I mean it in the sense of like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush with it, right? I think my feelings on it are pretty well known, but like I would say that I think personally that over the last little while, my own like personal levels on stream and stuff haven't really been that great. I think a lot of that is more a product of just general life, to be honest. Because, you know, believe it or not, I am a person just like everybody else, and life gets you down, you know? Depressing shit happens, and you get in a slump, as a lot of you will well know. And, you know, it sometimes bleeds through on stream as well, and I'll have days where I feel like absolute shit, and I'm just like, no, I gotta be there for my peeps. You know? I'm like, God, I feel like absolute ass this week, but I've still got to do 36 levels of grinding on Starfield. I can't let those people suffer on their own, you know, for the night. I need to make them suffer with me by playing this abysmal leveling system again, you know, so I drag you lot into it as well. But no, it's true though that like, it all kinds of ebbs and flows and whatnot, right? And I would say probably at some point, I don't know exactly when or for how long or whatever, but I would say I'd probably hit a period of burnout, which I don't think is exactly unexpected, right? Because I've been going a long time, you know, and I've streamed at least 3 days a week for basically those 4 years, with the odd few weeks here and there. Then you get times like last week where everything's against you. Oh, bruv, don't remind me about last week. Last week was disgustingly poor. Not only was I obviously unhappy with the way that things went last week, because things just in general weren't that great, I was more annoyed at myself because I let it get to me that things were going wrong. and it just tanked the stream as well. Like Wednesday is a good example of that. It's not very often that you'll find me straight up like not rage quit or just like early quit off a stream. Not very often that happens at all. It's not something I tend to do. Every now and again it happens, but like it's not really something that happens frequently, no. But oh, I don't know what it was, mate. On Wednesday everything was fucking fighting me and I just had enough. I got to the end, I opened my stream manager and I was like, is it worth raiding out? And I had a quick look and I was like, fuck it, I just want this to be over with. But then after I finished, I was kind of annoyed with myself because it was a bad day at the office, but I'd also let it get under my skin, you know? But again, you know, I'm just a person like everyone else and these things happen, right? Not invincible. But I think sometimes that happens. It depends on like my frame of mind and things, but sometimes that happens and it can, you know, hurt the stream, hurt the community and whatnot. Sure, everybody's come in at one point on a stream where I don't exactly sound particularly happy, right? Like today I probably sound a little different, at least right now. I sound a lot more laid back and a lot more normal. But like, yeah, I'm sure there's streams where people will come in and I'm talking a lot more kind of like quiet and don't have much to say. But also then that comes and goes with the days though, right? Like even this, I'm amazed, to be honest. I think, well, no, I'll tell you actually, part of the reason why it feels so fine like it does now probably, because even though we're doing literally fuck all, we're just in here crafting, and we have been for the last 2 hours, right? We're still chatting and having a talk about something, so it gives me something to kind of focus on that isn't just monotonously clicking a button, scrolling a bar along, and then pressing E. You know? I think sometimes in those streams where you can get really like down on it is like one of those days where, like, say a War Thunder day where I haven't really got much to say because I'm just sort of not really not feeling it, or just not really in that kind of frame of mind for the day, and I just kind of default to like talk about what's happening in game, which is fine in some cases, and like the War Thunder nuts fucking love that. But like for everyone else, it's kind of like you don't really get the great stream experience because you're just like, I don't really give a shit about War Thunder. Because I know at the end of the day, 90% of you here aren't War Thunder fans. You're people who've, you know, come a long way with me from years ago or from more recent or whatever. But you're not like one of those diehard people who loves a certain game and you're only here to watch the certain game like Pokemon or War Thunder or whatever, Starfield, whatever. So, you know, it's kind of like, it almost takes away from you guys a little bit when I have one of those days, because I'm just like, fucking hell, this must be boring as shit for everyone else. Yeah, I kind of revert back to like that default sometimes on that situation, and then it inherently makes stream like a bit quieter because I ain't got anything interesting to say, and then because I haven't got anything interesting to say, you know, we can't really have a conversation, so we have like odd little fragmented bits here and there, and then it's just all over the place, you know. Everyone has bad days. Oh, 100%, you know. I certainly am not immune from it. It's the way it is, you know. Just like everybody else, I've had many, many bad days over the last 5 years or so, you know. With various things here and there, whether it be things that are affected because of me, things that happen in my family, things that happen to people I know, whatever it is. And you have the bad days here and there, and then you have the days where you're just like unable to do literally anything, you know. Like I'm one of those people who, for large periods probably of the last like few years, has been someone who's been in some pretty dark places. Not going to go into it obviously for the sake of it, but you know, I've been to some pretty gnarly places deep in the recesses of my mind, and you know, you're gonna have those shitty days here and there that come out of that and force you back into that place. But I'm still here and I'm still doing the same shit I've always been doing, right? Which I will say as well, that's probably what's prompted in previous times where I've talked about it sometimes on stream, where I've said, look, sometimes Like, it's important to remember that this stream ain't gonna last forever. And like, there will be a day that will come at some point where I'll go, my time is done as a streamer. You lot will have to go and find someone else or fend for yourselves. Because inevitably, you know, either Twitch will crash or I'll just have finished that chapter of my life. And, you know, I will say sometimes when I've mentioned that or I've said, like, you know, maybe we're closer to the end than the beginning these days, probably a lot of that was prompted from me not being in the best place generally and thinking, what's the point anymore? You know? Because everybody has those days. I have those days sometimes. Where I'll just be like, what's the point, man? What's the point in anything anymore? What's the point in playing games? What's the point in stream? What's the point in watching sport? My team gets fucking hammered every week these days. Last week they had a record worst score against them ever. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. They lost by literally a cricket score. It's fucking dreadful. Sometimes you're just like, what's the point of this shit anymore? Why do I get involved in any of that stuff anymore? But then also there's the other part of me, which is, you know, of course, it's my birthday in, well, tomorrow now, technically. Because it's Wednesday for me now. It's gone midnight. But as someone who was born, I don't believe in a lot of the astrology stuff or any of that. But someone who's born under the Taurus star sign, I do believe it influences me a little bit. As to say that I'm one of those people who's too stubborn to quit things. So sometimes I'll have a situation where it's like a bit of an internal conflict between like, what's the point? And also, don't quit, you little bitch. You know? And yeah, there's been a few times that's happened when it comes to stream. Where like, I've had a few like years that have been not so great. Or I've had a really rough summer or something. I'm like, bruh, what's the point? Like summer 2023, good example of that. I remember, Bol, when you and I always used to talk about the famous summer of 2023. That was a fucking disaster. It was awful. Hated the summer of 2023. Terrible, terrible year for the stream. Really was. But we bounced back from it, you know. And then into 2024, we had quite a banger year for a while. And then late end of 2024, tail end, in fairness, you know, we kind of, things went down the downslide again. But again, a lot of that was because of me. So, heard tales. Oh, dude, don't get me started on 2023. 2023 was just a clusterfuck, man. I mean, 2024 had its own parts to it that were bad as well, right? Like, I think 2024 is one of those ones that's more understandable as to why things went wrong because of IRL stuff breaking down in the way it did, which probably was a bit of a punch in the gut, which kind of stopped me in my tracks a little bit. Like 2023 was a year, but it was kind of just a bit of a meh year in general, which was weird because I actually got off to a really good start in 2023, and I thought maybe this is my year where I kind of finally become fully comfy as a streamer and, you know, establish kind of what I want to do with things and go from there. And it was just a bit of an anomaly to me as to what actually happened, because the year kind of fell apart a little bit, but I don't really know what the trigger for it was. And then 24 was pretty, I would say was fairly doomed after one point. 24 was decent for a while. And I don't think it was all entirely to do with this, but for a lot of people that you do know, I was in a relationship going in from for a couple of years into 2024, which ended in the summer. And I think it was one of those things where that had a pretty big impact on me. It still does to some degree, right? Because it was a pretty fucking great time, and you know, your boy still hurts a bit from some of that stuff. Not that anything bad happened between me and the person, right? Don't get me wrong. It's not like we hate each other or anything. We're actually still decent friends, but more than decent friends, probably. But like, I think it kind of a little bit internally was kind of the catalyst that led to me kind of like internally destroying myself a little bit. And it kind of led to this period of time where like I kind of went back to probably the 2023 headspace of being like, what's the fucking point? And I think people probably like could maybe not knew, but could kind of tell a little bit at those times when I felt like that, or I addressed it on stream. I know it was like, I think I streamed like 2 days or the day after it happened, and I was like, look, don't fuck with me today because I'm not in the mood for it. And someone came in and said something, and I just banned them and just shouted at them for like 2 minutes. Just like, get the fuck out of here, man. You are so dumb. It was just, I think someone said something that was just really insensitive, and I was just like, I ain't fucking holding back on you today, cunt. I'm gonna kill you right now. I'm gonna kill you in front of everyone. And I absolutely ripped this kid a new one, whoever it was who came in. But yeah, I think it kind of led to like a little bit of my downfall. Because I think it just kind of led me to go back inside myself a little bit, you know? Whereas maybe before that I was feeling like I was cruising along okay. And I think it probably dented me a little bit in that side of things. Or maybe it wasn't responsible for the whole thing, but it probably had some like bearing on it because I was probably already in a fragile position, you know, able to easily get my foundation broken again. And then that's what happened with that event, obviously, and you know, it knocked me back. But I mean, that was nearly a year ago now, and I'm still here. So that's how I like to think of myself, as one of those people, you know. I may not be more successful than certain people, but I can tell you one thing: I'll probably outlast a lot of people. You know, I might not be the best streamer, I might not be the biggest streamer in the land, but I will survive longer than you. You know? Many years from now, when everyone else has quit and decided to move on with their lives, I'll still be here. People will be like, fucking hell, he's still going. 24 treated me pretty well, all in all. As soon as January hit, though, life decided that was enough of that. Yeah. Obviously, I haven't heard the details of it, Bol, because, I mean, it's none of my business, but, you know, I know at the time you were, me and you discussed and talked about it, you were talking a lot with Oreo, and you kind of opened up a lot with her about stuff that was going on in life, and, you know, I didn't hear the specifics of it, but I know that you'd been going through the ringer a bit, you know, so I felt for you quite a lot there. To be honest, Bol, I will actually say I think I probably should have done a better job of talking to you myself as well. You know, I could admit my own faults. I probably should have been more there for you as well, Bol. And if you feel like I wasn't, then that's my bad, and I apologize for that. I know I'm, you know, I'm someone who I don't exactly stick myself out there and say I'm the best friend that anyone else is going to ever have, right? Because I'm not really one of those people who gels super well with a lot of people. I'm also not one of those people who reaches out to everyone super frequently. So I don't mean this in some kind of like egotistical way, but you should think yourself lucky if you're one of the people who gets DMs with me that I actually respond to, and also I message you first. Because there ain't many people on that list who I'll like specifically reach out to first. Unless it's like a serious thing, in which case, you know, whatever. But yeah, no, I've probably done some people dirty in that way, in that, you know, I probably could have been better to them, but I suppose at the end of the day, it's one of those things where, you know, you live and you learn, and no one's going to be perfect every day of their life, are they? Least of all me, man. I'm not egotistical enough to know that I'm fucking perfect. I was memeing yesterday, right? I memed yesterday, if anyone was there for Oreo's stream. She was playing, she was crocheting, and she ended up talking about the story of how when she first met me. Which one of the things was that when she first ever met me, the first thing she ever saw of me was, or heard of me, was my voice, because I didn't have a PNG or anything at the time, I think. And, oh, maybe I just got a PNG, I don't remember. But she came in, she was like, wow, this person's got a pretty cool voice, you know? And they were talking about me in the VC yesterday, and I joined. And I actually died on the inside after what I said, because I was like, let me hit them with the most unexpected line possible that no one would ever believe I'd actually said. You know? So I joined the VC, and they were just saying whatever, and I just went, you can get anything in the world if you've got a voice like this. And then I just left. And a little part of me died on the inside, and I was like, I could never in my entire life have enough confidence or arrogance to actually say something like that, unironically. It's like, bruv, I ain't got enough of an ego to do that. I think I actually have like a minus numbers ego, to be fair, when it comes to... I'm sure I probably have some, but like, I feel like I've never really experienced much of an ego. which is probably a good thing. Probably a bad thing in some situations, because my level of self-confidence at times has been so fucking low, it's probably crippled me badly, but in some ways. Get knocked down, you get up again, you will never let it keep you down. Exactly. Like the lyrics of the song. Exactly, Bowl. Bowl? Bruised. I'm all over it. I'm so focused on these fucking adaptive frames, I can't even remember who's who in chat at this point. Can you blame me for losing my mind? You can't, can you? You can't blame me for losing my mind doing this shit. Just scrolling to 99 constantly, listening to lo-fi and rambling on about whatever shit we're talking about. Don't be worrying about that. Only reason Miss Cow got anything out of me is because, well, how she is. Oh, she's persistent. She is persistent, Bol. You and me in that regard, Bol, had a very similar situation when we first, when me and you first had the pleasure of meeting her properly. I don't mean that in a sarcastic sense, because of course she is my absolute best friend in the whole world, and she's actually one of those people, I don't say this very often, she's actually one of those people who I don't know what I would do if she wasn't around for me to talk to anymore. Like, I think I'd just be dead and buried, you know? She's like my... you know, it's like people have like a, you know, thing that they describe as like a rock or whatever. She's kind of like that for me. And, you know, you and me had a very similar thing, Bob, when we first properly started talking to her. She's pretty persistent. And she, you know, not in a bad way, in an intrusive way, but like, she ain't gonna let you sit there and like hold all that shit in and keep it to yourself, you know? She's gonna be like, you actually need to talk about things, stop bottling it up. And I think we both received a similar treatment on that one, Bol. Okay, it's probably good in the long run getting all that stuff out, right? But yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. As closed off as I am a lot of the time, and as little as I usually enjoy opening up and talking to people, I tend to like, I tend to just kind of keep to myself a lot of the time. I don't really open up to many people, which is probably a bad thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe I'm terrible and everyone is lucky for not having, you know, properly interacted with me. I don't know. I'm sure someone thinks that. They always do. But, yeah, anyways, boys. Lurking, but I didn't get a chance to say hi. She was having a great time yesterday, ranting about stuff and crocheting. It was great. I was busy playing games, that was the problem. Playing video games, and then I was sat there for ages, and I was like talking away every now and again midway through playing a game of Delta Force, and I was like banging nasty headshots, and then I'd go in and type some little line in chat. And then Mirage, he went out for a bit, and I was sat there on my own, and the second I actually had time to talk if I wanted to, I had nothing to say. I was like, I'm getting no inspiration on these lines now, you know? Getting no inspiration on these witty lines to bring up now all of a sudden, so yeah. Yeah, I well and truly in the opening up department got beaten into submission by Oreo when we first met. Not in a bad way, I don't mean that in a, you know. Some people I think genuinely do think that she's mean to me outside of stream, but it's all just friends bantering away, you know. If she ever says anything like that, I know she's joking. And I say things like that about her as well, so. But yeah, you know, when it came to that, she practically forced me to talk to her when we first met. But no, it probably did me some good. And hey, it allowed me to meet one of the coolest people I've ever met. So there you go. Change my name to the most ludicrous thing. You will, or you're going like you have? And on what platform, Bruce? You can change your name on Twitch, is that what it is? Welcome in, Chris. I say welcome in, you've probably been lurking, I know what you're like. You're a little lurker. A little lurker, you. Here I thought you were just mentally been threatened to open up. Yeah, I was just being threatened to do it the whole time, yeah. Nah, I think she's quite good, actually, at, talking to people when it comes to things like that. Because I think she's one of those people who, like, in a lot of cases... How do I describe it? She'll, like, get that type of stuff out of you that you kind of sit on and stew on for ages. You know? She's pretty cool. Yeah, she's a good one. She's a good one. I know some people, probably think she's a bit on the nose. And, you know, is a very, very honest person. She's very much one of those people who will tell you what she thinks about you, good or bad. And I think some people get put off by that. But I think, to be honest, everybody needs someone like that in their life. I'm not just saying that. I think everyone needs someone like that in your life who, no matter what you came and said to them, if you said something to them, they're going to pick you up. But also, if you came and did something stupid and you told it to them, they're going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? You're actually the dumbest person I've ever met, you know? And they'll kind of both give you the lift up that you need when you need it, but also fucking give you a good smack when you need one to be like, what the fuck are you thinking, you know? Not literally, alright? I'm not talking about being physically assaulted here, alright? Thankfully not. But yeah, nah, she's great. She's one of the strongest people that I have around in my life. And she deserves a lot of credit, you know. She'll hate that I'm talking about this, I know she will. She can't hear me because she's at work, so too bad. But, you know, I'm allowed to lift my friends up. She's a pretty fucking cool one. A negotiator, yeah. That 97 we just got to. 3 to go, everybody. We're nearly there. Yeah. Nah, she's a real one, man. I think the thing is as well, when I met her, first of all, like when she first started talking to me, I was at such like a low point. It was kind of like one of those things where I just didn't talk to anyone at that point at all. And I don't know what it was, but it was kind of like one of those things where I was like, fuck it, I'll take a chance on someone, you know? It's like some cringe backstory stuff right here. I was like, you know what, screw it, I'll take a bit of a punt. And it turned out to be a great decision. It's exactly what I needed when I needed it, you know? And, yeah, helped me out a lot. That was lucky. But yeah. Life's still got its little vice grip on me, though. Won't let me free just yet to, be free and successful. Still got to knock me down when I need it, you know. Can't let me get that 1% ego, you know. Gotta stay on that min-max in grind set. Or some shit like that, I don't know. What do people say these days? I'm old these days. I'm 26 tomorrow. I feel like I'm old now. Also, there was a Twitter thing I saw the other day, which is actually the first time that it's something I've seen, something that's made me feel old for a long time. Which I saw this thing, and it was like about something that happened in 2003. I was like, huh. I was like, 2003 was 22 years ago. Like, what? Holy fuck. XP grind is real? Honestly, man. Keep in mind, we've been level grinding this for like an hour and a half. However, remember what I said earlier, though? The XP grind, the curve has got steeper as we've gone up. So if it was just a flat leveling like XP grind, obviously we would have finished this a while ago. Probably if we'd have found this method earlier, we also would have finished a while ago. But in the event that we have what we have, and we also haven't built up the resources even further recently, of course, if we wanted to, we could have built more storage. We probably could have made some more extractors. But we've been stuck with the 6 that we've got, and we've got the astronomically large totem behind us. But, you know, it's not the end of the world that we haven't increased it, because I think this is still fairly fast in itself, right? So, but if anyone else is considering doing a 100% run on Starfield, my recommendation is do this shit. Everything else done in the game so you have an obnoxiously large amount of resources, and then just do this for like an hour. Except if you want to go even more extreme than I did, build more extractors, build more storage, and then you don't need to build anything else. People your age saying you feel old just makes me feel great. Oh, you're not that much older than me, alright? You aren't old, Bo. Just because I might feel old sometimes doesn't mean that we are old, you know? Come on now. You know I'd never say that, Bo, just to wind you up. You know I wouldn't do that. Oh, man. Oh, my shoulder's getting stiff from being in the same position from just moving my wrist ever so slightly on the mouse. Oh, man. Who's excited for the birthday stream, then? Anybody looking forward to the birthday stream? You better be. You better be looking forward to the birthday stream. It only happens once a goddamn year. If you ain't looking forward to it, then why the fuck are you here? Honestly. You should be excited to celebrate this great day with me. It's going to be monumental. I'm telling you, it's going to be a great day. Keep an eye out. It's going to be a phenomenal day. It really is. $69 XP. Nice. Can't wait for birthday Mass Effect. Yeah. Andromeda, that's what we're playing. And we're going to tell him. I think we just hit level 98. Yeah, as you probably guessed, there's no Andromeda this week. Hate to break it to you. It means Andromeda's going to get prolonged by another week. I don't know how long Andromeda is as a game, to be honest. I think if we finish Andromeda by the time I go on vacation in June, which is scary as hell, for all of the reasons we talked about earlier in stream, it's kind of terrifying to go away for 2 weeks on Twitch. And I am very scared about doing it. So let's hope it doesn't backfire really badly, but we'll see. I know that a lot of you rather sophisticated and cool individuals will most likely, you know, be waiting for me to come back, and you'll be here 3 seconds after I start my first stream back. But there's always that irrational fear, I feel like, as a streamer, of like, what if I start stream one day and nobody comes back? You know? What if I start the stream and just no one, not a soul, comes in and says hi after I go back? They all forgot about me. Terrifying prospect. What? Yeah, there's no Andromeda, sadly, but I know it's disappointing for you. Very disappointing. It had to be done, though, you know? It had to be done. And we are so close. We're a level and a half away. 1.5 levels, dude. We are so close. We are so close. Although, I reiterate Bowl's point earlier, actually, that you mentioned, mate, which is, if you were doing this legitimately, which Forks did, I don't know how you would do this without just playing an insufferable amount of the game. Like, if you think about this, we've been doing this, which is an efficient XP farm, for like 2 hours, and we've done like 40 levels or something. Well, nearly 40 levels in about 2 hours. Give or take. Because we haven't been doing it at this efficiency as well. You've got to remember we did it at a smaller scale and things, so it's not quite. But you get the picture. You get the idea, you know. Legit though, I'm looking forward to it, whatever is involved. I think people will enjoy it for a number of reasons. I think it's gonna... We're only doing 2 different things. I'm not doing... if anyone's been here for a birthday stream before, usually what I'll tend to do is... I used to do a thing where I'd split it up into quarters normally. And I'd do like 3 hours of something, 3 hours of something else, and then like that, right? For example, MotoGP used to be something I used to bring back on birthday streams. I'll tell you now, you might be disappointed maybe to hear this. MotoGP's not coming back this year. There will be no MotoGP section of the stream. So no Nige commentary of the bikes like there has been in previous years, watching Visser and Robbie tearing it up on the track. None of that this year, sadly. But usually we have like a good little bit of a mix of different things. And I think Thursday's stream will hit the right amount of nostalgia, but also fresh stuff. And we'll have a bit of fun with it. Like, I think we're going to get a good mix of like some different vibes, but in a shorter time period. Because of course, as I've said, I'm only streaming 5 hours. I'm not doing some enormous 12 hours stream. I'm not doing a insert name here, a thon or anything like that. I know people love a subathon or something for their birthdays, but I couldn't do that. We all know how I feel about the mighty subathon. I don't think I could ever do one of those personally. So yeah, nothing like that. No outrageously long stream. It's just gonna be 5 hours doing some stuff, nondescript stuff. And, you know, that's about it. Final level, everybody. We're at 99. Get ready. Probably maybe 1.5 more lots at the bench here, because we're running out of resources again. Gonna leave Twitch, and it's gonna be like school. But there's gonna be... have been 3 fights. Something really cool happens, and someone did a massive prank spree. Yeah. I'll probably still try and keep up in the Discord. You know? But I really do, I will say, I think really part of it, what I'm going for with it is, I really want to... Oh my god, did you just see how much carry weight we had? 399,000 carry weight. Okay. Yeah, I am going to use, like, my time away is going to be like a full, like, decompress, step away from the internet quite a lot kind of thing. I'm probably not going to spend too much time around. I know me and... like, I might randomly post some on Twitter or, you know, come in Discord and say hi or whatever. But you probably won't see me around a huge amount during the 2 weeks. Because, I mean, it's kind of the whole point, right? Is I'm stepping away for the purpose of taking some time for myself, really. Which I don't do very often, so... yeah. It's going to be fun. Overstaying your welcome-a-thon. Not always. Like, I don't have a problem with some of them. I just think I personally dislike the idea of what subathons have become as they've evolved. The concept of them as a whole is fine. It's when they get like extra bits added on and they become very like convoluted and I don't know. Like I've said before, in my opinion, I just don't like them because it's just like they can be interpreted in some cases in a rather exploitive nature, depending on the way that people run the mechanics of them, shall we say. And there are certain things like that that I personally dislike about some of the ones I've seen and things like that. So if there's anyone who runs one, you know, I'm not gonna give you shit for it, but I just the way I've always said it, kind of like I said earlier with people that I like dislike or something. If I don't like something, I'll just avoid it. But like I've done this before where I've said it on stream as well. It's no like thing. If sometimes I'll see someone who's doing a subathon, I'll just go, well, I ain't raiding them till it's over. Because I just don't want to be a part of it personally. Maybe that's... I'm sure someone out there will think I'm the biggest cunt on the planet for that, but I mean... do I give a shit? Not really. People out there far cuntier than me. And if they think I'm the biggest one on the planet, they need to get out more. All I can hear now is the Hello Moto ringtone. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really care for them. Oh yeah, no, I'm no surprise birthday subathon, sadly, for anyone who was hoping for one. Or anything a thon, really. I think I've broken that rule. So my rule about raiding people who do them, I've broken once, I think. I think it's literally only once. I think the only time I've ever broken it, funnily enough, it's the second time that they've come up now, was Jay once. It was doing one last year, and it had been ages since I raided Jay, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Just this once. And I even said it right before we did it. I was like, I'm going to break my rule one time. We're going to do it. There you go. I think the one and only time I've ever broken that rule in probably about 3 years. At least 2 years. I think you'll find that's for us to decide. Oh, what if I'm the cuntiest person around? Nah, there's worse people out there than me, Bo. Trust me. I'm harmless in comparison to some. Oh, being an a-thon. Oh no, I mean it being a subathon. What are you gonna do? Break out the gift subs? Threatening me with gift subs and stuff, Bowl, are you? And bits. Someone's gonna forcibly put a timer on the screen without my knowledge. Somehow. This is it, everybody. Final stretch, I think. I think it's gonna get done with this one lot of stuff. Get ready. Get ready. We're getting closer. Ooh, it's building. It's getting closer. If we fall short, it's gonna be so sad, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, put it this way, you know. I wouldn't mind if you lot gave a bunch of subs. I ain't complaining. Would I scowl at you for spending your money in an irresponsible way? Yes. But I won't complain. This could be it right here. It's either one or two more. Yeah, I think it's one more. There it is. Oh, we've finally done it. Ugh. You heard the pop. Level 100, everybody. Hey. 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 Oh, fuck you now. Thanks for the hype ball. 40, is that, yeah, 412,982 carry weight. Does anyone want to have a guess at how many adaptive frames we've built? Anyone want to take a random punt? I'm going to say we built... I don't know. How many did we build at a time? 99. We've got about 100 at a time. We've got about 413,000 carry weight. I'm going to say we built 275,000. That's what I'm going to say. Anyone else want to get a guess in before I reveal all? I reckon we've made 275,000, but I don't know. I have no idea. Take a guess if you want. I'll give you about 20 seconds and then I'll open the menu and reveal it. Glad you actually got it finished on stream, but I don't think I'm going to miss this playthrough. We were an hour late, but yeah, we did finish it. I'm glad. Keep in mind, though, I suppose, if we ended up setting the method up properly at the start and we hadn't had the hiccups we had, then obviously we would have finished it probably well within time. But 350,000.
Remind me to bring you along the next time I feel like
You don't have to do that, my dude. Thank you very much for the 500 bits, Bruised. I really appreciate it, man. You don't have to do that, though. You don't have to give me bits for completing such a challenge. I appreciate it very much, though, my dude. Thank you very much for the 500. Could those be the last bits of the month? Who knows? I think you're firmly at the top of the leaderboard anyway, aren't you, this month, Bruce? By a long way, mate. You're at 2,800, mate, that you're up by. I don't think it's too much of a stretch for me to say that the likelihood of you getting knocked off the top spot in tomorrow's stream is probably unlikely, but you never know. Thank you so much for the 500 bits, man. I really appreciate it. I really do. All right, Bowles said 350,000. I've said 250k. Let's drop a save and then see what it is, shall we? Here we go. Ooh, 257,979. That's quite a lot, isn't it? That's a lot of adaptive frames. 250,000. Ugh. So, if anyone's wondering why I got close, I didn't look. I didn't actually know this. I did it roughly based on maths, because I knew, because I was paying attention, that they were about 1.6 weight each. So I was thinking, I was trying to think, like, roughly what times 1.6 would make around maybe the carry weight that we got. I actually got it wrong because I was a bit off, but I was thinking, like, what would make sense as the carry weight number for us to have based upon the weight of them. Plus, we've also got a bunch of other gear, but it's probably only like 100 or a couple of hundred. So yeah, I kind of tried to use a bit of maths there to figure that out, which is why I got vaguely close. I was still 10,000 off, which, I mean, well, 10,000 compared to 250,000 is a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, quite a long way. Anyway, I'm taking you all back to the lab. Say goodbye to Starfield for the last time, everybody. Goodbye, Starfield. Starfield's been vaguely fun. You know, I mean, it's had its moments. It's had its moments where it's been crap. Don't get me wrong. We've had our bugs. We've been caught with nasty things happening and crashes and all kinds of crap. But all in all, the playthrough's been relatively good. Relatively good. There has been problems though. You know, the law has been broken. No, it's not been too bad. Also, I've just realized we have black bars around the screen. Is that the entire time today's stream? No one said anything? You didn't tell me about the black bars, everybody. You must have knocked the screen off with the games movement stuff the other day again. Where Starfield's obviously a bit fucked. Oh well. Yeah, Starfield's like way off actually in the screen. There we go. That's a bit better. I don't know why I'm adjusting it. It's never going to get used again, but still. Great emote, Nerval. But there you go. It's the last of Starfield. We'll see. Well, I guess unless we ever do the DLC, if it comes down from its ridiculously outrageous £25 price tag, which quite frankly, I like Bethesda, don't get me wrong. They can go fuck themselves if they think I'm going to pay 25 quid for a DLC. So there you go. They can go fuck themselves, the bastards. Please sponsor me, Bethesda, please. Please. By Starfield and the middle finger, that's hilarious. Those were legit. Hooray, you done this. 100% achievements of the game and early birthday bits. Well, thank you very much, man. I do appreciate it, you know. So you still don't have to do that, though. I said earlier, you know. And I was memeing about, you know, being like, oh, I wouldn't mind if you guys threw a bunch of gift subs at me or something, although I'd scold you for your bad choices. Like, at the end of the day, none of you guys have got to do anything like that to be a part of stream. Being here and being in the stream, you're enough of the community as it is, you know. You choose to support on top of that, then I appreciate that very much. You know, I'm incredibly grateful for the support I get from people. So yeah, very lucky. Do what I want and no one can stop me. Yeah, that's fair, man. That is fair. But we did it. We hit 100% achievement completion. Yay! So the poll technically was right, I guess, in the fact that we didn't make it. Whoever said that we weren't going to. Congratulations to the people in the poll who said we weren't going to do it. No one except no one can stop me except mods and admins, yeah. Well, in fairness though, Bruce, you've never had a problem with the mods here because you're pretty chill, so you're alright, you know. I just saw Chili's message in the chat. That's hilarious. In the mod chat. A bitter end indeed. Right. I think the BRB is going to go off in a second. I'll tell you what. I know it's literally the end of stream. I'm not going to lie. I'm gonna be honest with you at the minute. I'm bursting for a piss. So I mean, I can't even wait until we've gone and raided. That's how bad it is. So the BRB is gonna happen, and I'm gonna go do that now because otherwise I'm probably gonna sit here and piss myself on stream. Nobody wants that. All right. I'm gonna go do that right now. I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll wrap up. All right. BRB, everyone. Yeah, Oblivion next week. Yay! Get ready for it. Get ready for the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Alright, I'm back. Another BRB hasn't ended yet, but I am back. I'll figure out how to raid. God knows who's on. I mean, we're an hour later than normal. My classic default option of Kina that I like to raid as well might not be on, because she's she normally ends a bit before this, I think. Yeah, that being said though, let me do some links real quick. Drop a YouTube link, YT. Drop a socials, I guess. If anyone wants any of this crap, you can have it. I post all the VODs over on YouTube, I guess, via the form of multi-streaming, so they all go up there straight away anyway. If you ever want to go back and watch it and it's not currently on Twitch, you can watch the VODs on YouTube. All the socials are there as well. I don't really post very much, but I'll occasionally post a promo bit for something. So yeah, those are the links if you want them. I'll end the YouTube stream off there as well while we're at it. So thank you YouTube people for being here. I appreciate you hanging out, vibing, lurking, chatting. And I'll see you soon, YouTube folks. Back tomorrow for some more tanks. That should be good. Which of course will unlock the Black Knight tomorrow as well. So I think you to everyone who was in the YouTube stream. I don't know if any of you guys who were in Twitch were, or if we have a